never leave us apart, Ya Hussein.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, my dear respected brothers and sisters. And dear viewers of the Imam Hussein show, welcome to the holy land of Karbala. Welcome to the land of Abi Abdullah al-Hussein alayhi salam. Tonight is night 6, my dear brothers and sisters. We've entered the final few nights, meaning it's only time when Sayyidah Zainab alayhi salam starts to count down the minutes. It's only a few nights away from that tragic morning. We're only a few nights away until the armor and the banner of the camp of Imam Hussein alayhi salam falls to the ground. As always, my dear brothers and sisters, we are taking in your calls to put them on the flag of Imam Hussein alayhi salam, and who better to do it than my dear brother Abu Talib.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I welcome all the viewers, and I urge everybody to place their call. Pick up their phone and call the land of Karbala, the land of sacrifice, and be along Aoun and Muhammad, the one that sacrificed their souls in the hands of Imam Hussein. Sacrifice your time and place the call to get your name written in the flag of Imam Hussein, and inshallah be along the zawar of his holy shrine.
Brothers and sisters, I don't know how clearly you can see the flag of Imam Hussein alayhi salam right now, but it is almost full. And what we see every year is the flag gets full, and many call in to have their names put on the flag of Imam Hussein alayhi salam. So my brothers and sisters, I urge you to call in and have your name on the flag of Imam Hussein alayhi salam. Here, my brothers and sisters, you see a replica of the tent of Imam Hussein alayhi salam. There on the ground lies his armor, his head shield, and his sword. In here, he would pray day and night. And 2 shields of his, 2 shields, we commemorate tonight, one on the left side of the tent and one on the right side of the tent. Aoun and Muhammad. Right. Aoun and Muhammad, the sons of Sayyidah Zainab alayhi salam, would have worn similar armor to Abi Abdullah al-Hussein alayhi salam. Each one of them coming to their uncle and saying, Ammah, oh uncle, please put the armor on us. Oh uncle, we would love to go out and fight in your way and die for the cause of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and your cause. Inshallah, brothers and sisters, we'll come back to this tent very, very soon. We'll enter it pretty soon. And inshallah, one day, the tent of Sahib al-Zaman, alayhi salam, will be held high, will be held very, very high. But brothers and sisters, tonight, not only do we commemorate Aoun and Muhammad, we also commemorate Ashab al-Hussein, the companions of Abi Abdullah al-Hussein alayhi salam, the ones who stood firm, the ones who said, let it be. Whatever happens, it's all for Abu Abdullah al-Hussein alayhi salam. Nothing else mattered for the companions of Imam al-Hussein alayhi salam. Nothing else brought the companions more joy than to fight and die in the way of Hussein. And it's so beautiful how they all lay together right now. They all lay in one grave, smiling, laughing in Jannatul Barzakh, the Jannah of Barzakh. They've all lived happy lives. And by happy, I don't mean materialistic, nor do I mean anything physical they've had. They lived a happy life knowing that from one of the Ahl al-Kisa, they died in his way. And that they know that from one of the people in the dua of Nabi Adam alayhi salam is pleased with them and is happy with them. And not only that, but he says, by Allah, there are no companions like my companions. Something deep, something grave. That for an imam, an infallible imam, to say that there are no companions like my companions, how happy must you be? How happy must you become? Does dunya leave your eyes? And for me, when I look at the companions of Imam al-Hussein alayhi salam, they were all from tribes, some of which were on the side of Umar bin Sa'd. To think that your cousin is on the other side, or a family member of yours is on the other side of Hussein. Look, I love my family. I love my cousins dearly. But thinking that, imagine one day Sahib al-Zaman comes. Forget that I might be on his side. But if a cousin of mine is on the opposite side, then who do I choose? It's very easy, by the way. It's very easy to say, oh no, I'm going to choose my imam. As the saying goes, when push comes to shove, it's very difficult to pick. I believe we have a caller on the line, my brothers and sisters. We're opening the phone lines right now for you. So we will take the first caller on the line and say Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
MashaAllah. Can I have your name and where you're calling from?
It's Mahdia.
Sister Mahdia, I do apologize. The speaker isn't loud enough.
It's fine.
Thank you. Sister Mahdiya, Aoun and Muhammad and the companions of Imam Hussein alayhi salam. Give me a few facts about Aoun and Muhammad.
So they were really young when they went to battle, and I know that Zainab told Imam Hussein, Zainab alayhi salam, she got permission from Imam Hussein and said, why don't they step to battle? And Imam Hussein alayhi salam said, but aren't they too young? And Zainab alayhi salam replied with, but did you see how young Abbas started during battles? I think we should trust them and let them go for battle. This is my sacrifice. So as they went into battle, Bibi stayed inside. Usually she would always come out, but she didn't want to come out because she didn't want to know the martyrdom of Honor Muhammad, because like it will break her completely, and it was her sacrifice.
Could you imagine a mother losing her sons?
No.
Assalamu alaikum rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Wa alaykum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Sister Hannah, how are you?
Alhamdulillah, I'm not too bad, brother. How are you?
Alhamdulillah. Aoun and Muhammad, their names are just flying around in Karbala right now.
This is the two martyrs that have always pierced my heart more than anyone else.
Yeah.
Not only because of their tender age and how brave they were at that very young age. I mean, I correct me if I'm wrong, brother, but I was always led to understand that they were both 10 and under, and
somewhat,
no
yeah.
older than that.
Yeah.
But it was the resilience and the strength and courage Bibi Zainab showed. Not one single tear did she shed for them. And she refused to move from her prayer position when they were brought in, because she was busy giving thanks that Allah, you have accepted my sacrifice for my brother. And on the night of Ashura, when all the mothers were sitting with their sons,
Yeah.
she sat with her brother.
Sister Hannah, so many tears are falling tonight, and there are so many mawakib named after Aoun and Muhammad.
Subhanallah.
هيئة شباب عون in Karbala. And I always struggle. I struggle to sometimes understand how Mawakib pick their names. Some are called Hayat Shabab or the Mawkib of Ali al-Akbar. Hayat Shabab Ali al-Akbar. Or you've got the Mawkib of Imam Hussein alayhi salam. The youth of Hussein alayhi salam. Shabab of Jannah. The Mawkib of Ammar ibn Yasir, or the Mawkib of Habib ibn Madahir. Mawkib of, for example, Zuhayr ibn al-Qayn. There's so many names.
Yes.
But yet some have chosen to name their hay'ah, their Mawkib, after Aoun or Muhammad, son of Bibi Zainab alayhim salam.
Subhanallah.
Sister, I'm going to give you the land of Karbala in front of you. Speak to Abu Abdullah al-Hussein alayhi salam about his nephews. Just imagine a 9-year-old and a 10-year-old running towards the body of Abu Abdullah al-Hussein alayhi salam. not wanting the swords to touch the holy body. Bismillah, go ahead.
Ya Aba Abdullah. Ya Aba Abdullah, how did you accept this sadaqah from your beloved sister? The sons that you taught so beautifully and you loved so dearly. How many times did he refuse Bibi Zainab? How many times did he say, no, I can't do this to you? They're your sons, they're babies. And she said, well, brother, will you really not accept this sadaqah from me? Because I came with the intention of doing this. And how?
Sister Henna, on your screen right now, you see what was used against Aun and Muhammad. One of these.
Ya Allah.
This, by the way, is 200 years old and it's been preserved here in the holy land of Karbala. Sister, could you imagine this right here? Digging into the body of Aun and Muhammad?
What animals could do that to a child? They surrounded Aun and Muhammad from all sides because these boys fought rightfully as the grandsons of Jafar al-Tayyar and Imam Ali. And they showed them whose blood was running through their veins.
Okay, then imagine this for me.
Allah.
Sister, this is what Bibi Zainab alayhi salam saw on the day of Ashura. This helmet lifted in the hands of Shimr, with his sword in his hands. Rejoicing that he has beheaded Abu Abdullah al-Hussein alayhi salam. But you know, something like this, inshallah, will be used to dry the flowing blood that has flown for thousands of years. The blood of Abu Abdullah al-Hussein alayhi salam. Sister, never forget, when you shout Ya Hussein, or when you shout Ya Aun, or when you shout out Ya Muhammad, never forget to shout Ya Sahib al-Zaman.
Ya Sahib al-Zaman, Ya Sahib al-Zaman, adrikni, ala jal, Ya Sahib al-Zaman, Ya Yasad al-Hussein, inshallah.
Sister, if you and Sister Mahdiya want to perform your ziyarah, then please go ahead.
السلام عليك يا أمير المؤمنين وسيد المسيحيين. السلام عليك يا فاطمة الزهراء سيدة النساء العالمين. السلام عليك خديجة الكبرى. السلام عليك يا حسن المجتبى. السلام عليك يا أبا عبد الله الحسين. وعلى الأرواح التي حلت بفنائك. عليكم مني جميع سلام الله أبدا ما بقيت وبقي الليل والنهار، ولا جل الله آخر العهد مني لزيارتكم. السلام على الحسين ولا علي بن الحسين ولا أولاد الحسين ولا أصحاب الحسين ولا أخيك الحسين ولا أختك الحسين ولا أم البنين ولا تسة المعصومين من ذريتك الحسين جميع رحمة الله وبركاته. السلام عليك يا أم المصائب، السلام عليك يا زينب الكبرى، السلام عليك يا أم هون محمد، السلام عليك يا هون محمد، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. السلام عليك يا لبت السالمة لله ولرسوله ولأمير المؤمنين والحسن والحسين. السلام عليك يا أبا فهد العباس ابن أمير المؤمنين. السلام عليك يا ابن السيد الوزين. السلام عليك يا باب الحوائج. السلام عليك يا سكاي سكينة. السلام عليك يا سكاي الباشا، يا كاشف الكرب بوجه الحسين الإسلام، اكشف كرب بحق أخيك الحسين الإسلام. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. السلام عليك يا صاحب الأسر والزمان، الأمان الأمان من فتنة الزمان. السلام عليك يا خليفة الرحمن. السلام عليك يا إمام الإنس والجان، أجل الله فرجك وسهل الله مخرجك وسهولك. السلام عليكم أهل البيت النبوة مأتن الرسالة جميع ورحمة الله وبركاته. اللهم صل على محمد وعلى محمد وجل فرجهم ولا أداهم. يا حسين
أبو طالب. Sister Hannah, thank you so much for your call. I really appreciate it. Abu Talib, imagine you were there on the day of Ashura. And Abu Abdullah al-Hussein alayhi salam calls you. He says, Abu Talib, come here. Come inside the tent. Come inside the holy tent of Abu Abdullah al-Hussein alayhi salam. Have a seat. He says to you, Abu Talib, I'm going to give you this sword. Whatever you do, defend Zainab. Abu Talib, you need to defend Rabab and Kulthum. He says to you, Abu Talib, I'm going to give you this helmet. But he says to you, Abu Talib, this helmet is special. This helmet belonged to your grandfather, Ali ibn Abi Talib alayhi salam. And this is the sword of your grandfather, Ja'far al-Tayyar. And this is the armor of your uncle Al-Hassan. Take the sword.
Imam Hussein was in the battlefield, and Zainab calls Imam Hussein over from a similar tent. Imam Hussein rushes in and she says to him, Hussein, am I not like a mother to you? We know that Fatima al-Zahra is called Ummi Abiha. She is the mother of her father, and Zainab is called Ummi Akhiha. She is the mother of her brother. She said to him, Hussein, if I am in the rank of your mother, allow Fir'aun and Muhammad to go to the battlefield. He said to her, Zainab, jihad is not wajib on children. And how can I let my nephews go to be killed and slaughtered in front of me. She said to him, "Oh Hussein, how will I let you die before my sons? How will I face my mother Fatima? What will I question? What will I answer her if she questions me?" And then Imam al-Hussein himself helps them to ride on their horses, and they go to the battlefield and they fight, and with a similar sword they fought. But the greatness was that Aoun was trained by the one and only Abul Fadl. The art of swords he killed in the way of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And there the companions urged for Hussein and Abul Fadl to come. As the youth, Muhammad and Aoun were martyred. As soon as Imam al-Hussein rushes to the bodies, he has them to take their final breaths. And do you know what they say? They had only one wish. And they said, "Aba Abdullah, send our salam to Zainab. Send our salam to our mother." As we left the tent, not bidding her farewell, and we have not come back to the tent, and we shall not come back to the tent. There Zainab stood at the door of the tent. She stood at the door of the tents, hiding her face, looking at the battlefield. And she heard the cries, but I swear by Allah, she did not cry. You know what was the first thing she did? She faced Medina and she prayed. And the things she said were miraculous. She said, "Allah, accept this qurban. Accept this qurban in the way of Hussein, as I sacrifice." That when Muhammad and Aoun rushed to the battlefield, Imam al-Hussein stood shoulder to shoulder with Abul Fadl, and they could imagine themselves in their youths when they would play together. But they knew in the next coming hours that they will no longer be alive.
For a 9 and 10-year-old to be martyred, how low. Green symbolizes Sadat. For Sayyidah Zainab alayhi salam not to shed a single tear for the martyrdom of her two sons, much can one person endure? Death of her grandfather, death of her mother, Abu Talib. Did Aoun and Muhammad have their ribs broken? Because if they did, how did Zainab remember her mother? Did she hear a similar sound that brought back the memories of the death of her mother? Or did she wait till Abdullah al-Hussein alayhi salam was killed? When she faced Medina, did she look towards her mother for help? Why did she not face Najaf? Sayyidina Ruqayya alayhi salam would say, take me to Najaf. Take me to Najaf, for there is a man there that my aunt Zainab says will take care of all of our problems.
And Zainab faced Medina because she had a man there that if he was present at the time, then he would have taken care of all the problems. It was Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wa alihi wa sallam. Ya Rasulullah, I complain to you and I tell you that what had happened to your daughter is not simple, nor is little. But Ya Rasulullah, what had happened to Hussein is much worse. Is much worse.
صل على محمد وآل محمد اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد وأجل فرجهم क्या रहा ख़ैमों में शके एक उदासी रह गई क्या रहा ख़ैमों में शके एक उदासी रह गई क्या रहा ख़ैमों में शके एक उदासी रह गई क्या रहा ख़ैमों में शके एक उदासी रह गई सिर्फ रोने को मोहम्मद की नवासी रह गई क्या रहा ख़ैमों में शके एक उदासी रह गई سج گئی قاسم کے ٹکڑوں سے ادھر کربلا، سج گئی قاسم کے ٹکڑوں سے ادھر کربلا، ماں ادھر بیٹے کی دلہن کو سجاتی رہ گئی، کیا رہا خیموں میں شے کے ایک اداسی رہ گئی، چھینتا تھا شمر چادر اور زینب بار بار، چھینتا تھا شمر چادر اور زینب بار بار، اپنی چادر کے محافظ کو بلاتی رہ گئی، کیا رہا خیموں میں شے کے ایک اداسی رہ گئی، قید میں بالی سکینہ کو ملا بابا کا سر، قید میں بالی سکینہ کو ملا بابا کا سر، منہ پہ منہ رکھ کر جو سوئی ماں جگاتی رہ گئی، کیا رہا خیموں میں شے کے ایک اداسی رہ گئی، اے مسلمانوں تمہاری غیرتیں کیا مر گئیں، اے مسلمانوں تمہاری غیرتیں کیا مر گئیں، تم تماشائی تھے زینب منہ چھپاتی رہ گئی، کیا رہا خیموں میں شے کے ایک اداسی رہ گئی، ہر تماچے پر سکینہ منہ پہ رکھ کر ننھے ہاتھ، ہر تماچے پر سکینہ منہ پہ رکھ کر ننھے ہاتھ، نیل رخ ساروں کے غازی کو دکھاتی رہ گئی، کیا رہا خیموں میں شے کے ایک اداسی رہ گئی، کیا رہا خیموں میں شے کے ایک اداسی رہ گئی، کیا رہا خیموں میں شے کے ایک اداسی رہ گئی، صرف رونے کو محمد کی نواسی رہ گئی، کیا رہا خیموں میں شے کے ایک اداسی رہ گئی، اللہم صلی علی محمد وآل محمد وعجل
Muhammad wa Ali Muhammad. Thank you to our dear brother Sayyid Zishan Shah for his wonderful recitation. My dear brothers and sisters, we are going to go for a short break, but please stay with us as we continue throughout the night to take your names and put them on the flag of Imam Hussein alayhi salam. Don't go anywhere.
In the tragic month of Muharram, one of the most significant acts is the provision of tabarruk and niyaz for Husseiniyyas worldwide.
In a world plagued by hunger and the merciless killing of Shia Muslims on a daily basis, it becomes our duty to give to those in need. Countless Husayniyat, Imam Bargas and centers cook meals to nourish their local communities as the masses gather to remember Imam Hussein alayhi salam.
And do you know what? The orphans and widows absolutely cherish it.
During this time of year, hundreds of thousands of orphans, widows and people living in poverty rely on niyaz and tabarruk.
Just imagine the profound impact a single plate of food, a glass of water, or a bag of fruit can have.
These simple items can nourish a hungry child, bring comfort to a struggling family, and even inspire a brighter future.
However, we cannot do this alone. We need your help to create a lasting impact this Muharram.
Join us in this collective effort to provide basic necessities that every human deserves.
Make your niyaz count and donate your tabarruk now so that it can reach the Hussainis and the Zainabis of today.
Over 30.
Imam Hussein TV invites you for the journey of a lifetime. Wherever you may be in this world, experience the sound of Aza, the sight of the golden domes, and the energy of love. Witness a 24-hour live stream from the holy city of Karbala throughout the 10 days of Muharram, exclusively on Imam Hussein TV, your gateway to Karbala.
Assalamu alayka ya Aba Abdullah. Assalamu alayka ya ibn Rasul.
She was dying.
Is she okay?
Now she is very okay, not okay, very okay. The miracle is happening.
وابن سيد الوصي.
السلام عليك يا أبا عبد الله.
يا حسين. يا حسين.
السلام على الحسين وعلى علي بن الحسين.
In one night, Allahu Akbar, in one night, your wife went from death to speaking to me on the phone. There's nothing anyone can say to me, to anyone, any lover of Hussein, that Hussein is just a dead body, that Hussein is just no one, that Hussein is just a human being. Hussein is Iman. Hussein is taqwa. Hussein is jihad. Hussein is bravery. Hussein is a way of life. Brothers and sisters, welcome back to the I Am Husseini show. We hope that the first segment sparked tears in your eyes for Awn and Muhammad and Aba Abdullah al-Hussein alayhim as-salam. But now we will take your phone calls, insha'Allah. So we take the first phone call and we say Assalamu alaikum. Assalamu alaikum. Disconnected. Inshallah, we'll take the next caller on the line. Assalamu alaikum. Assalamu alaikum. Okay, disconnected. Inshallah, do we have another caller on the line? Assalamu alaikum. So, seems like the phone has been disconnected. We've got some technical issues, my dear brothers and sisters, that inshallah we are working on. But please do call in, and we are trying our best to take your phone calls and hear your voices here in the holy land of Karbala. But as we discussed before that, it's very difficult to sit in a somewhat replica of the tent of Imam Hussein alayhi salam, because you only sit and imagine. You can only sit and think, if I was sitting here, where would Hussein have sat? If I was sitting there and Abu Abdullah al-Hussein called his two nephews, Awr and Muhammad, where would they have sat? What would the interaction have been? Would it have been a sweet one? A bitter one? Or would it be a case of crying and crying and crying until Abu Abdullah al-Hussein gives them the permission to leave? Brothers and sisters, the flag on the 10th of Ashura, on the 10th of Muharram, will go towards the shrine of that man that lays in there. And inshallah your hajat will be answered. And then it will go to Mawla Abbas alayhi salam, just in between the flag and my brother Abu Talib right there. So please call in and have your names written on the flag of Imam Hussein alayhi salam. Follow us on social media so that you see the sort of work that we are doing here on Imam Hussein TV. Abu Talib.
It's really beautiful to see all the names on the flag of Imam Hussein. We know that none of these people were present on the day of Ashura, but 99% of the names that we see were martyred or were part of al-Bayt. We see Abbas, what a sacrifice. We see Qasim, what a sacrifice we see. We see Mehdi, and we wait with flames in our hearts for his reappearance. I ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to allow us and allow all these names and all the viewers to see the reappearance of the Imam of our time.
Awn and Muhammad didn't accompany the caravan of Imam Hussein alayhi salam. They came a couple of days later, brought by their father, who said to Abu Abdullah al-Hussein alayhi salam, Awn will represent his paternal grandfather, Amir al-Mu'mineen Ali ibn Abi Talib alayhi salam, and Muhammad will represent his maternal grandfather. The other way around. Muhammad will represent his maternal grandfather, Ja'far al-Tayyar, Amir al-Mu'mineen. And the other will represent his paternal grandfather, Ja'far al-Tayyar alayhi salam. Two noble, of the highest nobility. Of course, Ja'far al-Tayyar was killed in battle fighting for Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wa alihi. And they both followed in their grandfather's footsteps. killed on a dark morning by the worst of humans to walk the face of this earth. Young kids, young children.
You know, when you speak about their father taking him to the camp of Imam Hussein, I speak to all the fathers. How difficult is it for you to physically take your son's hands and take them to their deathbeds? Because you know that Karbala was coming and Ashura was coming. And you know, when you have a wife like Zainab salamullahi alayha, which sacrifices anything and everything for her brother, then surely she will be honored and proud to sacrifice her sons.
Karbala was certain death. Karbala, as my brother Abu Talib mentioned a couple of nights ago, is karb wa bala, trial and calamities. But the man buried in that shrine, right there, with all his lovers inside and all the lovers across the world, held on to an ayah of the Quran. وَلَا تَحْسَبَنَّ الَّذِينَ قُتِلُوا فِي سَبِيلِ اللَّهِ أَمْوَاتًا بَلْ أَحْيَاءٌ عِنْدَ رَبِّهِمْ يُرْزَقُونَ. Don't say that those who have died in the way of Allah are dead. They are alive, receiving sustenance from their Lord, or receiving rewards from their Lord. Brothers and sisters, in front of you, you will now see inside the shrines of Imam Hussein alayhi salam. Each one of these people has come to the holy land of Karbala with one story. Each one of them has a personal haja with Abu Abdullah al-Hussein alayhi salam. We know that dua under the dome of Imam al-Hussein alayhi salam is accepted. And we also know that whoever visits Abu Abdullah al-Hussein alayhi salam, it's as if he's done 1,000 hajj, 1,000 umrah. Someone may cut this clip and say, you Shi'as are deluded. You Shi'as are delirious. I will follow in the footsteps of my al-Bayt. You follow those who called your prophet delirious. You follow in the footsteps of those who called the prophet deluded when he was about to pass away. I know myself visiting Abu Abdullah al-Hussein alayhi salam. I have written for me 1,000 hajj and 1,000 umrahs. How does it feel, Abu Talib, to have 1,000 hajjas and 1,000 umrahs written for you?
You feel honored, and every day I wake and thank Allah. I wake up and thank Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala that He's made me a Shi'i. Do you know what the word Shi'i actually means? There are many Shia. But what makes us stand out is that we are the Shia of Ali ibn Abi Talib. Allah, how beautiful is that? We say to Ali ibn Abi Talib, Ya Ali, we are your Shia, and we wish we were your Ansar and the Ansar of your son. And now we are honored to enter his shrine and know that the angels write thousands of Hajj for us.
Brothers and sisters, I believe we do have a call on the line. Bismillah, assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum assalam. Can you please write my name and my brother's name on the flag?
Inshallah, we'll get to that. Can I have your name first, please?
Abu Turab.
Abu Turab, mashallah. And your brother's name?
Yazdan Ali Said.
What was that, sorry? Repeat.
Yazdan Ali Said.
Yazdan Ali Said.
Yes.
Brother Abu Turab, how old are you?
13.
18.
13.
13, mashallah. Brother, when you sit and listen to majalis, have you ever shed a tear for the al-Bayt alayhim as-salam?
Yeah.
MashaAllah.
Yes.
MashaAllah. Brother, I want to hear you shed tears tonight. The hadra or the shrine is in front of you. Have your ziyarah. Bismillah. Brother, do you need help with the ziyarah or are you okay to do it?
I need help.
Bismillah, recite with me. Assalamu alayka ya Aba Abdullah.
Assalamu alayka ya Aba Abdullah.
Assalamu alayka ya ibn Rasulillah.
Assalamu alayka ya ibn Rasulullah.
السلام عليك وعلى الأرواح التي
السلام عليك يا أرواح التي
حلت بفنائك
حلت بفنائك
عليكم مني جميعا
عليكم مني
جميعا
جميعا
سلام الله
سلام الله
أبدا ما بقيت
أبدا ما بقي
وبقي الليل والنهار
وبقي الليل والنهار
ولا جعله الله
ولا أجله
آخر العهد
آخر العهد
مني لزيارتكم
مني زيارتكم
السلام على الحسين
السلام على الحسين
وعلى علي بن الحسين
وعلى علي بن الحسين
وعلى أولاد الحسين
وعلى أولاد الحسين
وعلى أصحاب الحسين
وعلى أصحاب الحسين
ورحمة الله وبركاته
ورحمة الله وبركاته.
أحسنت, my dear brother. You've just completed your ziyarah of Abi Abdullah al-Hussein alayhi salam, and your voice is here in the holy land of Karbala. Thank you very much for your call, my dear brother. Brothers and sisters, we're going to leave you with the atmosphere of the holy land of Karbala. We just want you to see and experience the majalis inside the shrine, and inshallah we'll be right with you.
هلا حد جدمه رؤوس تنوخ الأكبر شيخ وابن شيوخ خلى نجي يشكي الليدوخ حقه وما يلوم اللوم هلا حيدر من ظهر حيدر هلا حيدر من سلام الله على عيونه سلام الله على روحه سلام الله على طوله سلام الله على جروحه مثل نجم البحر مثل نجم إذا ومنها ما حد يقدر ينوحه أبد والله يا زهراء ما ننسى حسينا أبد والله حيدر 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 العوافي عم العوافي نشكر الصوتيات الله يحفظهم إلى منابر الحسين.
Welcome back, my dear brothers and sisters. We hope you were taken on a spiritual journey there in the holy land of Karbala. In the shrine, seeing all the lovers, seeing all the lamenters and the mourners. Take to the shrine of Imam Hussein alayhi salam and show their dedication and renewing their allegiance to the Imam of their time. Brother Abu Talib, you said you had a poem for Awn and Muhammad, because I feel that it's best that we go to this poem before we talk about the companions of Imam Hussein alayhi salam and alayhim as-salam. Bismillah.
In the heart of Karbala, sorrowful night, Aoun, a young soul, faced a daunting fight. A brave son of Zainab, of Ali's bloodline. His destiny entwined with love divine. In the shadow of tragedy, he stood so tall, answering the call, heeding the Imam's call. With innocence in his eyes, yet courage within, he embraced the cause, determined to win. Amidst the chaos, the battle's fierce stir, Aoun displayed valor, his spirit full of life. In the footsteps of Hussein, he marched ahead, with each step honoring the blood they shed. But fate had its grips, and darkness would fall upon Aoun the beloved, whose name we recall. An arrow's cruel aim, a moment's lament. Yet in that sacrifice, a message was sent. For Aunt's tale echoes through the sands of time, a legacy of love, so sublime, a lesson to cherish, a bond to revere. Through the pain, his spirit remains so near. In Zainab's heart, his memory resides, a beacon of strength where love abides. Her son, a symbol of devotion's might, in the face of injustice, shining bright. So let us remember the young and the brave, whose sacrifice our soul does engrave. In the story of Karbala, their spirits dwell. Aoun, a cherished son, forever we tell. Aoun, a cherished son, forever we tell.
Indeed, a cherished son, forever we tell. Inshallah, we will take the caller that is on the line. We say Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullah.
MashaAllah. Can I have your name and where you're calling from?
Muhammad Radha from London.
Brother Muhammad Radha from London. Brother, you've been keeping up with the majalis?
Yes I have, but not thoroughly, but indeed I have, yes.
I mean, you've been going to majalis in London?
Oh yes, majalis in London, yes.
Brother, out of the 6 nights so far, which one has hit you the most?
The one that hit me the most will definitely be tonight. Very so because of the connection that we have with Zainab bint Ali, and of course we go ahead with sharing the pain. So yeah, tonight's a big night.
Brother, have you been to Sham?
I have been indeed to Syria, brother. Yeah, to Damascus.
What was your first thought when you went to Damascus and you saw the golden dome of Sayyida Zainab alayhi salam?
You just remember sabr, you remember patience. And you remember, of course, the trauma that she went through. But then again, you also remember that it is because of her that we're able to call ourselves Muslim today.
Ahsan. Ahsan. Brother, did you go to the shrine of Sayyida Ruqayya while you were in Damascus?
Yes, indeed, brother.
Why is it white?
I don't know, brother.
Abu Talib?
Sir?
I have no idea.
The dome is white because of the young innocence of age she was. 3. Brother, when was your last visit to Karbala?
My last visit to Karbala was 2 years ago, brother.
2 years. You have gone 730 days without visiting Abu Abdullah al-Hussein alayhi salam. Do you not sometimes feel that your Mawla becomes alone when you don't visit him?
Indeed.
Brother, the shrine is in front of you. And speak to Abu Abdullah al-Hussein alayhi salam.
السلام عليك يا عبد الله وعلى الأرواح التي هلت بفنائك. عليك مني سلام الله وأبدا ما بخيت ومخيل والنهار ولا جحظ الله آخرتي أنت منه لزيارتكم. السلام على الحسين وعلى علي بن الحسين وعلى أولاد الحسين وعلى أصحاب الحسين.
Mawla Abbas alayhi salam, he deserves it.
السلام عليك يا أبا الفضل العباس.
Jazakallah khair, brother. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala bless you and bless every tear that you shed for Abu Abdullah al-Hussein alayhi salam.
Ameen. Inshallah.
Ilahi amin. Jazakallah khair al-jaza. Thank you for calling.
Thank you, brother. Thank you.
Do we have another caller on the line? Okay. Brothers and sisters, I know many of you will watch this show on repeat, playback, and you will probably have wished to call in to have your name on the flag of Imam Hussein alayhi salam, but don't worry. Our team here are taking your phone calls all night and all day, and the messages continue to come in. The names continue to come in to have your names put on the flag of Abi Abdullah al-Hussein alayhi salam. Ashab al-Hussein. Abu Talib, give me a... Subhanallah, the electricity just went out. Abu Talib, give me a khutbah, or give me a saying, or give me a quote from the day of Ashura from one of the companions of Imam al-Hussein alayhi salam that you remember that really hits deep with you.
Out of the 72 companions that Imam al-Hussein had, I always remember John.
John. Beautiful.
And it's a name that we don't have in our community a lot. For those that do know and don't know, is that John, and in Iraqi we say it as John, he sacrificed his soul. And he was a Christian that converted to Islam, when he found out about the loneliness of Imam al-Hussein, and that Imam al-Hussein was standing for haqq, and that Imam al-Hussein was on the right path, he stood along his side.
That for you is one that resonates with you, yeah? Shall I tell you which one my one is? Muslim ibn Awsaj. When he says to Habib ibn Mudar, he says, Allah, Allah, bihadha al-gharib.
Allah, Allah, bihadha al-gharib.
Allah, Allah, bihadha al-gharib. Because Habib ibn Mudar al-Asadi comes with Abu Abdullah al-Hussein alayhi salam. And Habib says to Muslim, he says, Muslim, if I had known that I was going to live after you, I would have taken your will. But yeah, Muslim, I know I'll be joining you shortly. But Muslim says, Habib, I still have a wasiyah to give you. Habib, Habib, take my will. Habib, don't let my will go. Habib, fulfill my will. Habib, Muslim, what's your will? Habib, don't let him die before you. Habib, sacrifice your life before you let him die. Another one is the Turkish man. When he went out and fought for Abu Abdullah al-Hussein alayhi salam, and he lays on the floor, bloodied, almost leaving this dunya. Abu Abdullah comes, places his cheek on the cheek of his Turkish man. For a moment, he wakes up and he mutters the beautiful words, Man mithli.
Who is like
Man mithli wa khad Rasulullah ala khad.
Who is like me in the cheek of the son of the Prophet is on mine.
And then he leaves. But the most devastating one, even though he was a family member of Abu Abdullah al-Hussein, is the man buried in that shrine down there. When Hussein takes his head and puts it on his thigh, and then he would remove it. Takes it again, and he removes it. And then he would say, Abbas, my brother Abbas, why did you remove your head from the lap of your brother? Then he says to him, head now. In a few moments, who will hold your head, Ya Abu Abdullah? Because every companion of Abu Abdullah al-Hussein alayhi salam, they all made sure to go out before Abu Abdullah. They all made sure to leave before Abu Abdullah. Why do you think they left Abu Talib? Abu Talib, look at me. To kill, yes. But one reason was each one of the companions of Abu Abdullah al-Hussein hoped that his bravery would deter the whole army. So that even if he was killed, there was this small chance, this small hope that Abu Abdullah's life would be spared. But it wasn't. And we were listening to something the other day, myself and you. Shifa, you get it from anywhere. The Shifa of Hussein is different. Haniyya, love you get from anywhere. The love of Hussein is different. Generosity you get from anywhere. His generosity is different. Different.
Friendship you can get. But if Imam al-Hussein is your friend, then you will never fall. Companionship you will get, but being a companion of Hussein is different.
Yeah.
Sacrifices you will see, but the sacrifice for Imam al-Hussein is always different.
Always.
And everything that we said, when he gets back from Hussein, it's different.
Allah. Inshallah, we take the next caller on the line, the next lover of Hussein, and we say Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam.
MashaAllah, sister, can I have your name and where you're calling from?
My name is Zuhayr and I'm from Pakistan.
Bahir?
No, my name is Zuhayr, Birah. J. Zuhayr.
Calling from Pakistan. Sister.
Yes.
Have you visited Imam al-Hussein alayhi salam?
No, I never been there because I born in a Sunni family, and that was the main reason I never been there. Because my family was pretty strict.
Sister, when you listen to the musibah of Imam al-Hussein alayhi salam,
actually, there was a thing that I wanted to share with you guys, that I was like 12 years high. I was young, 12 years, and I'm mostly like offered prayer from the age of 12. So whenever I start prayer, I feel something wrong. I don't know why. But I have one day asked Allah that, Allah, I don't know why I'm feeling so bad, but just show me the true path. And whenever I see the flag of Khafaji, because my maternal family is Shia, so whenever I went there, I always feel something connected with that flag. So I dreamt one day that I saw alam, what we call alam, the flag that near in my house, and it was so flashing, shining. And I woke up, and I know that this is gonna happen because my family is very strict on it. So after 1 month, and there was a house behind my neighbor. So I saw the same flag and the same thing, and I felt it that there is something in it that Allah wants me to believe in it. So I started digging the Shia's religions, beliefs, and I started to ask my maternal uncle to teach me about the religion of Shia, the fiqh thing. So he taught me a lot of Imam Hussein. So, and I was always leaning towards him. I don't know why. And the one day when I dreamt about Imam Mahdi, that I was drowning in the water, and he came and held my hands, and he helped me.
Allah.
And he helped me from the drowning. So at the time I'm still shivering to even say that, because those moments were so real to me.
Sister, let me ask you a question.
Yes.
Does your paternal side of the family, do they celebrate and fast on the day of Ashura?
No, not half. Means half of them, but not all of them. I feel so terrible. And I started to back off from these things. And I said, like, to my my mother, that she is Shia, and I told her that, Mom, I wanted to be like you, the way your father taught you. I don't want it to be like my father. And I don't know, because there is something connection I feel, and I can die for that connection.
MashaAllah. Sister, I'm going to put the shrines of Imam al-Hussein and Mawla Abbas alayhim as-salam in front of you, and I want you to speak to them and ask them to invite you to the holy land of Karbala. Bismillah, go ahead, sister.
Thank you. Can I offer my salam?
Yeah? You go ahead. Your voice is in Karbala right now, so whatever you say is heard.
Okay. Assalamu alaikum, ya Imam Hussein. Assalamu alayka, ya Aba Abdullah. Assalamu alayka, ya Ibn Rasulullah. Assalamu alayka, ya Ibn Amir al-Mu'mineen. وابن سيد الوسين. السلام عليك يا ابن فاطمة سيدة نساء العالمين. السلام عليك يا سار الله وابن سار والوتر والموتور. السلام عليك وعلى الأرواح التي حلت بفنائك. عليكم مني جميعا سلام الله أبدا ما بقيت وبقي الليل والنهار. يا أبا عبد الله لقد أزومت الرزية وجلت وأزومت المصيبة بكم علينا وعلى جميع أهل الإسلام، وجلت وأزومت مصيبتك في السماوات وعلى جميع أهل السماوات. فلنا الله أمة أسست أساس الظلم والجور عليكم أهل البيت، وألنا الله أمة دفعتكم عن مقامكم وأذلتكم عن مراتبكم التي رتبكم الله فيها. ولنا الله أمة قتلتكم، ولنا الله الممهدين لهم بالتمكين من في قتالكم بريدا إلى الله وإليكم منهم ومن أشياءهم وأتباعهم وأوليائهم. يا أبا عبد الله إني سلم لمن سلمكم وحرب لمن حاربكم إلى يوم القيامة. ولنا الله آل زياد وآل مروان، ولنا الله بني أمية كاتبا، ولنا الله بني مرجانة، ولنا الله عمر بن سعد، ولنا الله شمرا شمرا، ولنا الله أمة أسرتت وجمت وتنكبت لقتالك. بأبي أنت وأمي لقد أزومي وصابي بك فأسأل الله الذي أكرم مقام وأكرم أني بك أن يرزقني طلب ساري مع إمام منصور من أهل البيت محمد صلى الله عليه وآله وسلم. My dear Imam, I know that I might cannot able to visit you, but somehow I know if you can do a little favor to me. It's been a year and I don't see you, Imam Mahdi, in my dreams. And I don't know what happened, what I did something wrong, and because of that, I don't see you both. But the thing is, I really miss you guys. And whenever I drink water, there's not even a one day I don't remember you. Whenever I drink a water. And the thing is, really, the thing is, I didn't choose to born in a family, but the thing is, it doesn't matter. I'm happy with them, and Allah bless them. The thing is, you choose me to be with you, and that's what's the most important thing for me. And that's the most important thing for me. And one day, if I don't meet you, but in Jannah I will meet you. I know that. And also, it's just most of people said that money cannot buy happiness, and they are right about it. I have a money, but I cannot visit you, and the pain is I cannot even express. Those people who have able to come and visit you and feel those things. They're so lucky to have a family from the childhood, but I don't have. But one day, I wish that I marry someone. I wish I marry someone that could able to make me come to you. And the person, I want you to please tell Allah, write down a person that should be Shia. And the person should be with me to one day to visit you, because I don't see any other ways to come to you. And the thing is, I really love you, Imam.
Sister,
it doesn't matter, I'm with you.
Sister, Imam Hussein alayhi salam will find a way for you, inshallah. Like she said, inshallah, you marry someone who is of the lovers of al-Bayt alayhim salam, and who says to you, let's bless our marriage with a visitation of Karbala.
Inshallah.
Thank you so much for your call, my dear sister.
Thank you.
Jazakumullah khairul jaza. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala bless you. Hear the desperation in her voice, that she really wanted to come to the holy land of Karbala. We have another caller on the line. We say assalamu alaikum. Assalamu alaikum. Assalamu alaikum. MashaAllah. Can I have your name and where you're calling from?
I'm Mehnaz from India, Gujarat.
Sister Mehnaz from Gujarat, yes?
Yeah.
Sister, Aoun and Muhammad, do you have any family relatives at that age, 9 and 10 years old? Sister, are you with me?
Of course, I am with you.
Yeah.
Brother.
Do you have any family members who are at the age of 9 and 10 years old?
Yeah, I do have in my surroundings, yeah.
Nephew, cousins, sons?
Yeah, cousins.
Could you imagine your cousin going out to battle? Could you imagine your cousin leaving you? And he says, Mehnaz, I'm going out for battle. I'm going to fight. I may never come back again. And this is the sight that you see, sister. You see him come out with a sword. And he says, my Mawla is Hussein. And I'm gonna go out and fight for my Mawla. What would you say to him?
Never look back.
You wouldn't look back.
I would.
Sister, you see in the distance the sword is raised and it's ready for battle. And the sword comes down and then it comes back up. And then it comes down. And then it comes back up. But then it goes down for a final time and it never comes back up. And from that moment you know that your dear cousin has gone. Sister, may your tears be a sword in the eyes of all those who contributed to the killing of Aoun and Muhammad. Sister, the shrine of Imam al-Hussein is in front of you. Speak to him. Bismillah. Sister, don't hold back any tears, please.
I am sad.
Ya Hussein. Ya Hussein. Ya Hussein. Do we deserve it? Do we deserve to be in the vicinity of Aba Abdullah al-Hussein alayhi salam? Sister, are you still with me? You still there?
Sorry.
It's okay. Sister, do you see the sword that I'm holding up right now? Sister, it's very blunt. Shimmer made sure to use the most blunt sword that he could to make sure Abu Abdullah al-Hussein alayhi salam felt every single swipe. Sister, look at the tent that you see in front of you. It's green and white. But very soon, it would go up in flames. And very, very soon, it would fall to dust. As the flame engulfs the tents of Hussein. As Shimmer chases Ruqayyah and Zaynab, Umar ibn Sa'ad says, sharpen the hooves of the horses. I want every hoof of a horse to dig into Hussein. Dig deep. Can you imagine? Can you imagine Bibi Zaynab alayhi salam walking into this tent and finding it empty? She walks in, she looks around. Nothing. What I want to know is that ring that was cut off from the blessed hand of Abu Abdullah al-Hussein. That whole finger, where does it lay? Where is the ring of Imam al-Hussein alayhi salam? Sister, you haven't spoken to Mawla Abbas alayhi salam. Do you want... Yeah.
Accept my condolences. Acceptance. Today especially come from Abbas.
Sister, in front of you, sister, this is the view Sayyida Zainab alayha salam saw on the 10th of Muharram. This is what she saw right here. أما من الذي خضب شيبتك؟ من الذي قطع رأسك؟
Father, who bleeded your beard? Father, who beheaded your head, Father?
أما من الذي يتمني؟
Father, who was in the cause for me to become an orphan?
Sister Mehnaz, may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala reward every tear and every scream and every shout Thank you so much for your call. Allah bless your tears. Inshallah, we take the next caller on the line and say Assalamu alaikum. Assalamu alaikum. Disconnected. Do we have another caller? Yep. Caller is here. Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum assalam wa rahmatullah.
MashaAllah, brother. Can I have your name and where you're calling from?
My name is Haji Abid Ali. I'm calling from UK, Newport.
Haji Abid Ali from Newport, UK.
Newport, UK.
MashaAllah. Haji Abid, what's your connection with Aoun and Muhammad? Allahu Akbar. Allahu
Only Allah knows. Sayyidah Zainab Salamullah alayha, all she saw, one side Muhammad, one side down. السلام عليك يا أبا عبد الله الحسين وعلي بن الحسين وصحاب الحسين.
Haji Abid,
Baby,
this shield that you see in front of you on the tent, Haji Abid, Aoun carried one of these, and so did Muhammad, but they were looted. Their bodies, this shield was taken from the possession of Aoun and Muhammad when they were killed. Haji Abid, do you think that the sword was strong enough to pierce the shield of Aoun? Do you think the sword pierced enough?
I wish I could be that time. I sacrificed myself. I pray for Allah. Allah, can you please send Imam Mahdi alayhi salatu wassalam? I always pray this. This is my first and last prayer. My dua. Ya Allah, bahak Imam Hussein alayhi salam. Send our Imam. We are yateem without Imam. We need our Imam. This world is full of zulm or jawar. Zulm or jawar, this world is full of Ya Imam, Ya Khudai. Send Imam Mahdi alayhi salatu wassalam. We can see with our own eyes.
Haji Abid,
Habibi,
thank you so much for your call. I really appreciate it. Your tears have moved myself, Abu Talib, and even the back room have told us that they've been moved by your words. We thank you so much for your call, my dear brother.
Allah keep you, all of you, safe, and inshallah Allah accept all of you, your duas, your work. You are the best people on the earth. Inshallah, Imam Hussein alayhi salam, he makes shafaat for all the mu'mineen Yawm al-Qiyamah, inshallah.
Ya Allah.
Allahumma arzuqni shafaat al-Hussein Yawm al-Warud.
وثبت لي قلب صدقا كما الحسين أصحاب الحسين الذين بذلوا مهجهم دون الحسين عليه السلام. Brothers and sisters, we have come towards the end of night 6. Tomorrow is Abbas's night, and you join us tomorrow on the I Am Husseini show right here. Abu Talib,
prepare yourselves for the night of Kafila Zainab.
Yes.
The night of Ghazi Abbas. We will speak about his legendaries and his honorable personality.
Inshallah. Brothers and sisters, thank you so much for joining us for the 6th episode of this season's I Am Husseini show. Myself, Abu Talib, and the team here at Imam Hussein Media Group, we bid you Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Never leave us apart, Ya Hussein. What is left in us besides this great love and our hearts beat, Ya Hussein. Every beat of my heart, Ya Hussein. Never leave us apart, Ya Hussein.
In the tragic month of Muharram, one of the most significant acts is the provision of tabarruk and niyaz for Husseiniyyas worldwide.
In a world plagued by hunger and the merciless killing of Shia Muslims on a daily basis, it becomes our duty to give to those in need. Countless Husseiniyyat Imam Bargas and centers cook meals to nourish their local communities as the masses gather to remember Imam Hussein alayhi salam.
And do you know what? The orphans and widows absolutely cherish it.
During this time of year, hundreds of thousands of orphans, widows, and people living in poverty daily basis. It becomes our duty to give to those in need. Countless Husseiniyyat Imam Bargas and centers cook meals to nourish their local communities as the masses gather to remember Imam Hussein alayhi salam.
And do you know what? The orphans and widows absolutely cherish it.
During this time of year, hundreds of thousands of orphans, widows, and people living in poverty rely on niyaz and tabarruk.
Just imagine the profound impact a single plate of food, a glass of water, or a bag of fruit can have.
These simple items can nourish a hungry child, bring comfort to a struggling family, and even inspire a brighter future.
However, we cannot do this alone. We need your help to create a lasting impact this Muharram.
Join us in this collective effort to provide basic necessities that every human deserves.
Make your niyaz count and donate your tabarruk now so that it can reach the Hussainis and the Zainabis of today.
السلام عليك يا أبا عبد الله السلام عليك يا ابن رسول.
She was dying.
Is she okay?
Now she is very okay, not okay, very okay. The miracle is happening.
وابن سيد الوصي.
السلام عليك يا أبا عبد الله. السلام على الحسين وعلى علي بن الحسين.
In one night, Allahu Akbar, in one night, your wife went from death to speaking to me on the phone.
nothing anyone can say to me, to anyone, or any lover of Hussein, that Hussein is just a dead body, that Hussein is just no one, that Hussein is just a human being. Hussein is Iman. Hussein is taqwa. Hussein is jihad. Hussein is bravery. Hussein is a way of life.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على خير الأنبياء والمرسلين وحبيب إله العالمين أبي القاسم المصطفى محمد وعلى آل بيته الطيبين الطاهرين المعصومين. Distinguished guests, brothers and sisters, dear viewers at home, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, and welcome to another night of commemoration, another night of emotion, and another night of connecting to the message of Abu Abdullah al-Hussein through wisdom and through tears and through emotions, because you're now watching Verses of Love coming to you live from London. Assalamu alayka ya Abu Abdullah wa ala al-arwah allati hallat bifina'ik alaykum minni jami'an salam Allah abadan ma baqit wa baqiya al-layl wa an-nahar wa la ja'alahu Allah akhir al-ahdi minni li ziyaratikum. Assalamu ala al-Hussein wa ala Ali ibn al-Hussein wa ala awlad al-Hussein wa ala ashab al-Hussein. Here to commemorate and hopefully be able to bring you closer to the message of Abu Abdullah al-Hussein. Specifically tonight we are remembering the companions of Imam al-Hussein alayhi salam, namely Habib ibn Madahir, Hur ibn Yazid al-Riyahi, as well as others that gave their all on the day of Ashura. And there are many life lessons that we can learn. However, we'd love to hopefully, inshallah, learn a bit more about these holy personalities and find out why Imam al-Hussein alayhi salam named them as the best companions. And here to share his wisdom and also to share some insight into the companions of the Ahlul-Bayt alayhimus salam, specifically the companions of Imam al-Hussein, as well as connect you to them through tears and emotions. I'm delighted to be welcoming on to the Majlis. After the Majlis, Al-Hajj, brother Ibrahim al-Ansari. Assalamu alaikum, Ibrahim, how are you?
Alaikum assalam wa rahmatullah. Alhamdulillah. How about yourself?
Alhamdulillah.
A'adham Allah lakum al-ajr wa taqabbal a'malkum inshallah.
And for the first time on Verses of Love this year, we are delighted to welcome the humble Sayyid Misa Mehdi. Assalamu alaikum, Sayyidina. Hope all is well.
Alhamdulillah. How about yourself?
Alhamdulillah. We're doing well. Firstly, I start with you, Sayyid Misa, if that's okay, in terms of the majalis and the nights that you take part in the recitations. How do you kind of prepare leading into Muharram? Just very quickly, if you like.
Sure, alhamdulillah. So for me, it's more, as opposed to physical preparation, it's more of a mental preparation in terms of knowing. In fact, it's something that's instilled within us from a young age, knowing that Muharram is coming, and we mentally get prepared to commemorate the grief of Abu Abdullah al-Hussein. So in preparing what sort of musibah, what sort of nohas we'll be reciting, manqabat, whatever it may be in regards to the grief of Imam Hussein alayhi salam. So preparing in that aspect.
Do you typically prepare, say, months and months in advance? Do you know months in advance what you're going to be reciting on these nights? Or is it kind of like after Eid al-Ghadir, that's when the real kind of preparation starts?
Again, I think it depends. So there's some kalam, some nohas that we have in mind from, we prepare throughout the year that we're going to recite this in Muharram, this in Muharram. But sometimes there's that spark that happens out of, last minute, for example, we get a kalam prepared. And I believe it's all due to Mawla Hussein. When he wants something to be recited, it happens, whether we prepare for it beforehand or whether it's last minute. So if Mawla Hussein wants it, it happens.
And for I guess, within your background, poets are very important, important part of the whole recitation field. I think you sit down with poets quite a lot, especially as reciters. In our world, I think typically, I think you must sit down with a poet. It shouldn't be the case where the poet gives you the poem and then you go off, do your own thing, because you really want to get into the mindset of the poem and really understand
100%.
what was the reason he wrote this verse and that verse,
Exactly.
and what does he mean by this. And even when you're then practicing the melody as well, especially from the Iraqi sense, when I sit down with certain poets, you know, from a melody perspective, does it work with this particular poem? Is it the same for you, and how does it work?
Well, for myself, it's a little bit different because a lot of the kalams I recite, I actually write myself as well. So I haven't had as such an experience sitting with someone, asking them, can you write this or that, or why have you written this? Because a lot of the stuff the process I go through myself. But I know of other reciters who are close friends who sit with poets. Some come to me as well and ask, can you give us this know-how, for example. So I'm used to how that whole process works. But I haven't actually been through it myself, if that makes sense.
Okay. So do you then write for other reciters?
I have done.
Oh, you have done.
Yes.
And how does that process typically work then?
Again, it's as you mentioned. So I mean, nowadays it's more of a digital world. So someone, it'd be through a WhatsApp call or whatever, and we'd catch up first, and say the reciter would say, can have something on this topic. Sometimes the reciters do their own research if it's in regards to specific riwayah or specific maqtal. So they bring their research and say, okay, this is the kalam you want. Can you make sure you include these things in it, of what we've studied and all of that stuff. So it can get quite interesting, and it's a means of increasing our own knowledge as well. Alhamdulillah. So.
I agree. Sorry, Hajj Ibrahim, I'm very interested in this world.
I've got questions for him as well, to be honest.
Ask away if you.
No, I'm saying I'm very interested with what he's saying.
Yeah.
But actually, I do have one question, because because obviously with poetry, I think one thing that we don't give poets enough credit of is that the poet needs to understand both the melody and historical and religious aspects. Absolutely. And usually most of, let's say, the praise goes to either the one who is reciting it, or potentially to a specific speaker that is in the majlis, and not enough praise is given to the poet who's actually mixed between the two. So actually I wanted to ask you, how do you mix between, because obviously you've said you would come across, for example, certain narrations. How do you go about checking the historical aspect of those narrations and then trying to apply it to your poetry?
Jazakallah. It's a very good question. So I'm in a contact with a lot of ulama from our community. So there's some stuff, especially something new that I've come across, something that I've heard. I normally verify it with them. They sometimes give the references and stuff. So let's say I'm releasing a know-how or a manqaba, for example, I'll include that reference at the beginning of the know-how, the manqaba, just so it's not as if someone can listen to it and say, oh, he's made this up himself or whatever. If the references is there, if they want to have a look at it, they can have a look at it.
That's fantastic. I think it's very, very important that poets do refer to history. Because it can give you ideas and concepts, and then it's just down to your talent how you can put those
your
into
perception and how you go about doing
into words. But I think we can create our own show, hopefully to discuss these matters at length, because again, it's a world that I'm very, very interested in. But the point of today, and just for the benefit of the dear viewers at home as well, this is a majlis after the majlis, and what that essentially means is that, depending on what time zone you're currently in, if you finish the majalis and you're now resting at home, preparing for the next day, it's a way to wind down, listen to a few narrations about the al-Bayt, specifically narrations on Imam Hussein alayhi salam, and it's also to kind of connect from a more emotional perspective, to listen and to ponder over the emotional words of the Ahlul-Bayt, and again, specifically Imam Hussein alayhi salam. However, if, for example, you haven't attended your majlis yet, and this is, you're viewing this at a time that's early, by all means, hopefully we soften your hearts and soften your minds so that when you do enter the majlis, you're prepared to connect to Imam Hussein alayhi salam. On that note, Hajj Ibrahim, I would love to first and foremost get a brief insight or introduction into the valor and the personalities and essentially the characteristics of what makes a great companion, companions of Imam Hussein alayhi salam, and what characteristics they had.
That's actually quite interesting, because what makes a great companion, who to begin with, a companion, I think let's define that word first. Because many times we hear companion of the Prophet, companion of Imam Hussein, companion. In reality, companion in that sense, it means anyone who has seen the Prophet to begin with, or seen Imam al-Hussein to begin with, and was on their side, of course. Yani seen, but not on the opposite side of the Prophet or the Imam. So for anyone that, for example, saw the Holy Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, they would be a companion of the Holy Prophet. They don't necessarily have to have a close connection to the Prophet. With Imam al-Hussein alayhi salam, that is the same. What makes a companion a great companion is then if that individual who has seen the Prophet, or has seen Amir al-Mu'mineen, or has seen Imam al-Hussein, then ends up taking from those individuals the maximum they can take to get closer to Allah. The closer they are to Allah, the greater they are of a companion, which is why, imagine what kind of state you can reach that the Holy Prophet would say to you that, "O Ammar, the deviant sect will kill you." Imagine what kind of state you can reach during the time of the Prophet, such that, what is this? This is his closeness to Allah Azza wa Jal that allows him this. What state does an individual reach such that the Prophet would come to them and tell them, "Look, you are with Amir al-Mu'mineen, stay with Amir al-Mu'mineen," because everyone wants to take a path, and Amir al-Mu'mineen wants to take a path, leave the people and follow Ali, Amir al-Mu'mineen, salamullah alayh. What kind of position do you have to reach? What kind of position do you have to reach such that you coming from a non-Arab background and people basically looking down upon you because of that, for the Prophet to then say, don't say Salman al-Farisi, say Salman al-Muhammadi, Salman minna Ahl al-Bayt. He is from us, the Ahl al-Bayt. What is this? This is an idea of getting closer to Allah Azza wa Jal through understanding the true right of the Prophet and his household. That is what makes a great companion. What made the companions of Imam al-Hussein alayhi salam the greatest of companions? It was their understanding of the status of Imam al-Hussein. That is why he would say, "Ma alimtu ashaban ka ashabi, wala ahl bayt abar wa atqa min ahli bayti." I didn't know companions that were greater than my companions, and nor did I know a household that is more pious than my household. طبعا, the ilm of the Imam is not my ilm. The ilm of the Imam is not a normal ilm either. The ilm of the Imam is the ilm of the past, the present and the future. When he says "Ma alimtu ashaban ka ashabi," and he says it in that general sense, it means there was no companions in history and in my time and in the future like my companions.
Interesting.
"Ma alimtu ashaban ka ashabi, wala ahl bayt abar wa atqa min ahli bayti." This is the position that these companions reached. How did they reach that? Through their understanding of who Imam al-Hussein was. Through their understanding of the lofty position of Imam al-Hussein. Which is why you see the companions, they rush towards martyrdom for what? For what? Why would an individual rush towards martyrdom? For the pure sake that they know that their najat, their safety is through martyrdom, because it defends the Imam of their time. What kind of position do you have to reach? In one state, you have, for example, companions who the Prophet, for example, orders that, by the way, in Uhud, remain in your position, don't go away from this mountain, because if you do, what will happen? He told them, if you move from your position, the enemies will come from behind. They leave their position, and you cannot compare these kinds of companions to the companions that would stand on the day of Ashura. They say, "Ya Aba Abdullah, if we were to be killed and we were to be burnt, and then we would be resurrected, and for that to happen to us all over again for 1,000 times, we will never leave you, O Aba Abdullah." There's a big difference between these two types of statements. So what makes a great companion? Again, going back to your question, what makes a great companion? What makes a great companion is that companion that understands the status of those who they have accompanied in relation to their status to Allah Azza wa Jal.
SubhanAllah. Ahsant. I guess that's a brilliant introduction to what a companion is. So can we get some suggestions on certain personalities that fought with Imam al-Hussein alayhi salam that encompassed what you just mentioned?
Actually, do you know what? Habib ibn Mudahir is a perfect example. Habib ibn Mudahir, this just come to mind. Habib ibn Mudahir is not just a normal companion. First of all, he was of the elderly. He was a companion of Amir al-Mu'mineen salamullah alayhi as well. Habib ibn Mudahir was in a position where he did not need anyone at all. He had the money, he had the status, he had the wealth, he had the family, he had the protection, he had everything. Habib ibn Mudahir was a leader of one of the greatest of tribes. Bani Asad, Habib ibn Mudahir is their leader. Bani Asad, Habib ibn Mudahir is the leader. Can you imagine what kind of position this person has? Both his status socially and in terms of his iman being with Amir al-Mu'mineen and. Habib ibn Mudahir was not in any need for a specific type of thing or specific ladha, or for him to run away from something that he needs to run away from. No, he had a perfect, even the sulutat, as we say, the governments, they were not able to get to him or to reach him or to imprison him like they did with Han ibn Urwa and others because of the position he had. If they touch Habib ibn Mudahir, Bani Asad will revolt against Bani Umayyah. And you can imagine what kind of chaos that would cause in Kufa and its surroundings. So he did not need any of that. Yet on the day of Ashura, Habib ibn Mudahir is seen during the battle, he returns to the tents during the battle. As he returns, Imam al-Hussein is looking at him, he is crying. His face is filled with tears. Imam al-Hussein says to him, Ya Habib, did you remember your status and your family? Did you remember your status and your family? Look at the reply of Habib. He says, Ya Aba Abdullah, Sayyidi Ya Aba Abdullah, لَقَدْ أَبْدَلْتُ بِأَهْلِي أَهْلًا وَبِمَحَلِّي مَحَلًّا. I have replaced my family and I have replaced my status. This now is my family. This now is my status. طبعا the part after that truly kills, because he says, so why are you crying? He says, أبكتني هذه الواقفة بباب الخيمة. Imam al-Hussein looks around, he sees Sayyida Zainab standing by the door of the tent. She says, Ya Habib, لا تقصر بنصرة أبي عبد الله. Don't come short in supporting your Imam. So this is Habib ibn Mudahir.
A thought has just come to my mind. I don't know if you want to answer this or not. We can talk about this after. But if he is the tribal leader of Banu Asad and they're a big tribe, big family, how comes, maybe I'm wrong, but how comes all of them didn't come out with Imam al-Hussein as the tribal leader? Does he not have a say to say, okay, all of my tribal members come with me?
Min bab awla, all of Bani Hashim go out. If we want to use this type of way of thinking, the min bab awla, all the Hashimis come out. Min bab awla, they didn't. The reality is, we discussed a couple of nights ago, even one of the brothers of Imam al-Hussein stayed in Medina and he didn't go out with him. Other than Muhammad ibn al-Hanafiyyah, so before someone thinks I'm talking about Muhammad ibn al-Hanafiyyah, he had a specific circumstance, he had an illness, he had to stay in Medina, and Imam al-Hussein actually became the wasi of Imam al-Hussein. He said he gave him his will as he was departing, but there were others that did not necessarily have that position of them having the right to stay and not follow the Imam. They remained. So from this aspect, that is that idea. From another aspect, in terms of generally speaking, how Islam works. طبعا from Bani Asad, there was other individuals. Muslim ibn Awsaj is from the tribe of Habib ibn Mudahir, one of the main companions and one of the bravest of them that went out, and others were with them. So from that aspect there is, but he was in no position to force people to come, because even Imam al-Hussein alayhi salam, he's got companions around him that are with him, and he says to him, اتخذوا هذا الليل جملا. Use this night for you to leave. Because he was in a position, he wasn't going to force anyone. You're with me, you're going to get killed. You're with me, you're going to get killed. But there's one thing. If you hear my scream on the day of Ashura, when I scream out and I say, أَلَا مِن نَاصِرٍ يَنصُرُنَا, if you hear that scream and you don't support me, your position is hellfire. Which is why, an interesting thing that comes to mind, Fatima al-Alila, we mention always that she wrote a letter to her father. The person that brings the letter to Imam al-Hussein, when did he reach Imam al-Hussein? He reached Imam al-Hussein as he was carrying the infant back to the tents. Imam al-Hussein takes from the blood of Abdullah al-Azhar. He wipes it on the letter, he closes it.
Doesn't write anything.
He doesn't write anything. He closes it, he says, give this to my daughter, she will understand what this means. You know what he says to him after that? He says, but leave soon, for soon I will say a saying, and if you hear it and you do not join my camp, your position is hellfire. So leave, because I want this letter to reach my daughter. No one was forced to be in the camp of Imam al-Hussein except for the one that heard Wa'iyat al-Hussein, we say, أَلَا مِن نَاصِرٍ يَنصُرُنَا.
Okay, so there must be some there must be some interesting stories of how companions actually joined the camp of Imam Hussein alayhi salam. We know that obviously some of them left with him from Medina. Did any of them kind of come halfway through, or any interesting stories of how certain companions joined Imam Hussein alayhi salam?
Zuhayr ibn al-Qayn is a very interesting one. And the reason I choose Zuhayr out of all the other ones, they all had their own stories, they all had their own ways of joining the camp, many of whom are spoken about. I feel like Zuhayr had such a lofty position within the army of Abu Abdullah, yet not spoken about. I mean, Zuhayr ibn al-Qayn had the position of leading the right flank of the army of Imam Hussein. Yet, very few of us know of how he joined the camp of Imam Hussein. Because Zuhayr ibn al-Qayn actually was in Mecca performing Hajj when Imam al-Hussein was there. But he wasn't with Imam al-Hussein. In fact, Zuhayr ibn al-Qayn was known as a Uthmani. Not only was he a Uthmani, he hated the Ahlul Bayt so much that on his way back to his city Kufa, where Imam al-Hussein is now going to as well, he would always try to stay as far away from the camp of Imam al-Hussein as he could. He did not want to be near to him at all. That's how much he hated them. To the extent where, you can imagine from Mecca to Kufa, there's going to be multiple stops that you're going to stop at. Every time they stopped, he would go as far as possible. In Zarud, which is also the area where Imam al-Hussein received the news of Muslim ibn Aqil, the same area where he stayed, Imam al-Hussein, when he was trying to set his camp, he looked at his companions and Banu Hashim. He said, find out where Zuhayr is setting camp and set our camp as close to him as possible.
Why?
Subhanallah.
There's secrets to this mission, it's unbelievable. And go as close as you can as possible.
This man is trying to run away from Imam Hussein alayhi salam.
He's trying to be as far away as possible. He hates him. He hates him. Whatever this word hate means, he hates him. He's Uthmani.
And Imam Hussein is trying to get as close as possible.
He's trying to get as close as possible.
And he named him by name. I want to be
as close as the camp of Zuhayr ibn al-Qayn. So they go. They set his camp. Now that they've settled, he sends one of his companions. He says, go to Zuhayr. Tell him that I want to speak to him. So he goes to Zuhayr ibn al-Qayn. He enters upon him. Zuhayr, look at how much he hated him. He said, leave and don't ever come back to me. I do not want to speak to him.
Imam al-Hussein.
Imam al-Hussein. Leave. I don't want to speak to him. This is Zuhayr ibn al-Qayn, the leader of the right flank of the army. Anyway,
right flank of Imam Hussein's army.
Of Imam Hussein's army, yeah. So he leaves. When he leaves, his wife looks at him. He says to him, Ya Zuhayr, this is ajib. The grandson of the Prophet wants to talk to you, and you don't want to go to see what he has to say? What are you going to lose if you go and just see what he has to say? Subhanallah, sometimes that word of a nasiha, of an advice from a close individual can really have an effect on a person. He decides to listen to his wife. So he goes to Imam al-Hussein alayhi salam. He sits down with him, they have a conversation. After that conversation, he leaves the tent of Imam al-Hussein. He goes back to the tent of his wife. He is smiling. Smiling. She says, Zuhayr, you were just so angry. You can imagine a person who hates someone so much and wants to speak to him. You can imagine how angry he looked. He was so angry. You're smiling so much right now. He said to her, do you know what? I think Imam al-Hussein spoke some sense into me and I will be joining his camp.
Subhanallah.
And from today you are divorced.
Oh.
He divorces her. From today you are divorced. For we will be on a mission that I cannot guarantee your safety from. So go back to your house with your brother, for I want you to remain safe.
Ajib. Tell me she stayed with him.
Do you know what she said to him? I said there are people that said she stayed with him.
Okay.
There is a set of narrations that say she stayed with him. However, it seems to be what is stronger. She said to him, I will obey what you have just asked me to do, but under one condition. What is your condition? She said, remember me by Rasulullah on the Day of Judgment. She knows the status. She knows the status. We say stay with him, don't stay with him. The reality is
circumstances are different.
This is the circumstance. This is the circumstance. So she would go back with her brother to her family, but she was the one with that aqidah that allowed Zuhayr to get with the camp of Imam Hussein. And look at the strength of her aqidah, that she knew that this was the truth, such that imagine you're in a position of strength that you say, remember me by Rasulullah. This is how Zuhayr joined the camp of Imam Hussein. And I don't know how much time we have.
I really right now, and I don't, I really don't care about time right. I'm so engrossed in this story, it's unbelievable.
Zuhayr joins the camp of Imam al-Hussein.
Yeah.
When he joins the camp of Imam al-Hussein, they get to the area of the Husm, which is where he met Harb ibn Yazid al-Riyah. Over there, Zuhayr, look, he's just joined the camp of Imam al-Hussein. Do you know what he says? He says, Ya Aba Abdullah, let's fight them. They're only 1,000. Imagine how many more will come. 1,000, we can take them. This is Zuhayr. We can take them. 1,000, easy, we can take them. Later they're going to send more. Now we'll come victorious. Imam al-Hussein says, Inni akrah an abda'hum biqital. I hate to start. And they went in a state of fight. And we explained this a few nights ago, that Harb ibn Yazid al-Riyah wasn't in a state of fighting the Imam. Anyway, come close to the day of Ashura, etc. Those famous lines we say, that if I was to be killed and burnt and resurrected, these are the words of Zuhayr ibn al-Qaym.
Ajib.
These are the words of Zuhayr ibn al-Qaym. I will never leave you, O Aba Abdullah. These are the words of Zuhayr ibn al-Qaym.
A man who his whole life
Uthmani
hated Imam al-Hussein alayhi salam.
Uthmani
just needed one conversation with this man.
One conversation with Aba Abdullah, to the extent where on the day of Ashura, he stands, Shimr ibn the Joshan, he comes and he attacks the tents of Imam al-Hussein. One of the first things he does on the day of Ashura, he attacks the tent of Imam al-Hussein. Do you know who goes out to defend? Zuhayr ibn al-Qayn. He takes 10 men with him. Zuhayr goes with 10 men. He attacks Shimr ibn the Joshan and his people. And he kills one of the main people of his army that caused Shimr to retreat from the tents of Imam al-Hussein. And with all of this bravery, with all of this fighting, he was continuing and advising the people. He kept advising them. I am worried for you. Look at Zuhayr ibn al-Qayn. I am worried for you that if you were to perform such a thing, you will never be able to escape hellfire. This is how he's talking to these people. He says, we are now brothers, but if the sword was to fall between us, you become a nation and we become a nation. Constant advice. A man looks at Zuhayr. During these conversations, a man looks at Zuhayr. He says to him, Ya Zuhayr, you are known to be Uthmani. What is this position that you have? His reply was so simple. He said, does my position right now not show you enough of where my allegiance lies? We are people that we have been purified. Purified with what? Purified with wilayah. Purified with wilayah on Ashura, he's telling them.
And he can be proud and he can say, yeah, I am. Like, I am on the right path. What? Like, because even if he dies now, he knows there's salvation because he's now trying to propagate Imam al-Hussein as much as he can. Yani. And his position, like his stature, his family, his background is, as you mentioned, Uthmani. So this is very close to the enemy bloodline as well, no?
Yeah, no, who at the time, we had Uthmanis and we had the Alawis. Uthmanis, the difference was حتى Alawis, they split into two. And I had that talk on who killed Imam al-Hussein, etc. I explained this in detail. They were in two. The Alawis were in two. The Shi'is and some lovers.
Yeah.
They were the Alawis. Anyone that was associated with the Amir al-Mu'minin was Alawi. The Shia were Alawis and the lovers were Alawi. The Uthmanis were the people that hated the Ahlul Bayt.
Khawarij.
La, Khawarij are a separate sect.
Separate, okay.
Khawarij is a separate sect.
Yeah.
The Uthmanis is the example of Bani Umayyah and all. Bani Umayyah would distinguish themselves separately.
Yeah.
However, they are also Uthmanis, those who hated the Ahlul Bayt. Especially those in Kufa were separated into these two, into three, to be honest. Alawi, Uthmani, Khawarij. If you're not a lover of the Ahlul Bayt or a Shi'i, and you're not a Khariji, you're Uthmani.
Okay.
So, طبعا, when I say not a lover of the Ahlul Bayt, that included the people that gave bay'ah to Amir al-Mu'minin, they were Alawis. The people that then left Amir al-Mu'minin, for example, upon hate, and followed Muawiyah with love, they became Uthmanis. But this was the position of Zuhayr ibn al-Qayn. By the way, actually, I remembered one other conversation he had on the day of Ashura. It's unbelievable. Shimr ibn the Joshan, he looks at him. He says to him, Imagine how much Zuhayr ibn al-Qayn was advising. Look, he's in a position, he just joined the camp of Imam Hussein, and look at this position he has of constant advice, before even fighting. Constant advice. Shaykh Muhammad al-Jawshan says, "Uskut, laqad abramtana." Be quiet, you've made us deaf. يعني basically he said كافي ما حد تحكي. يعني you've been talking so much, you've made us deaf. Do you know what he says to him? He says to him, ما إياك أخاطب. It is not you that I'm talking to. إنما أنت بهيمة. You're an animal. Your state is like the state of an animal. You eat, you sleep, desire, ما عندك شيء. It's not you that I'm talking to. I'm talking to others. Those people that might listen to my words. This is the position of Zuhayr ibn al-Qayn on the day of Ashura.
Wallah, I would love to carry on this conversation, but we're going to go to a very, very small break, brothers and sisters. On our return, we'll talk about the tragedies of the companions of Imam Hussein and inshallah hear from Sayyid Misam as well. So please do not go anywhere, and inshallah we'll see you in a couple of minutes. Gather round, let love's verses unfold. Verses of love, a story untold. In words we unite, emotions entwine. Labbayka ya Hussein, where hearts are defined. Join me as we unravel the poignant stories of martyrdom, of sacrifice, of mercy that Imam Hussein bestowed upon his followers. Join me every night as we lament through poems and lamentations and elegies in honor of Imam Hussein. Join me for verses of love. Viewers of Imam Hussein TV who are watching live from the studios here in London, Verses of Love. Verses of Love. And by the way, just a side note as well, we have a Verses of Love Young Husseini edition that is at 4:30 p.m. UK time as well. Please do tune in because the same way we have a speaker and a poet and a reciter, we have a speaker and a poet and a reciter, but very young versions of who you can see in front of you. And so it's a very, very interesting show where we have Hussein Teft and we have Seyhan Jetta and Sayyid Majd al-Hussein all. And I can see the preparation and I can see how committed they are to the episodes, which is fantastic to see. So I just wanted to give a quick note for you, brothers and sisters. We are today commemorating, just today, we're remembering the companions of Imam Hussein alayhi salam. And if you haven't tuned in, or if you're just tuning in now, you have missed an amazing insight into the life of Zuhayr ibn al-Qayn, one of the companions of Imam Hussein alayhi salam. And actually, subhanAllah, the message of Imam Hussein alayhi salam and Muharram and Ashura is that you learn something every year. And genuinely, I take it upon myself and I fully put my hands up and say I didn't really know much about Zuhayr ibn al-Qayn. And thank you, Hajj Ibrahim, for giving us an insight into what this man actually did up until the last moments of his life. He was not just on the fence, but he hated Imam al-Hussein alayhi salam. And it took one conversation with Imam al-Hussein, who actually, in a way, Imam al-Hussein chose Zuhayr ibn al-Qayn. Like he went after him. He went after this man because of the fact that he knew in his heart that Zuhayr will be able to change. And it's a thought that I had whilst you were saying it, and I don't know how to describe this in English or translate it. Aqibah. You know, there's a dua, Allahumma ja'al awaqib umurana khayra, like husn al-aqibah. How do you know anything about this world? Can you translate that?
Husn al-aqibah has an exact translation, mubali, but husn al-aqibah is basically when the end is upon good, when the end of your life is upon good.
So we live a life of sin. we live a life where, you know, sometimes we deviate from the path of the Ahlul-Bayt alayhi salam, but there's always a prayer that our aqibah, our end goal is with Imam Hussein alayhi salam. And we pray to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala that we have the aqibah as of Zuhayr ibn al-Qayn, who was a brilliant companion of Imam Hussein alayhi salam. So I want to touch upon now, I guess just for time's sake, the just light or some of the tragedies associated with the companions of Imam Hussein, if you can.
Yeah, inshallah, at your service.
The mic. Or a couple of things before leading into it.
Actually, just before we mentioned that, one thing came to mind about the status of the companions of Imam al-Hussein. No harm in mentioning it very quickly. Imam al-Baqir alayhi afdal salatu wassalam, he performs ziyarat Ashura. And after that ziyarah, he goes into sajda. And in that sajda, imagine Imam al-Baqir, an imam, an infallible imam, is performing sujood. Can you imagine what kind of dua he is making in his sujood? Alhamdulillah, hamd al-shakirin laka ala musabihim. All praise be to Allah, the thank of those who are thankful upon their calamity. Hamd al-shakirin ala musabihim. Alhamdulillah ala azimi raziyati. All praise be to Allah for the extreme extent of the calamity that has befall upon me. Alhamdulillah ala azimi raziyati. Allahumma arzuqni شفاعة الحسين يوم الورود وثبت لي قدم صدق. Grant me intercession with Imam Hussein alayhi salam and put me steadfast مع الحسين وأصحاب الحسين. Imam al-Baqir, Imam infallible. Keep me steadfast with Hussein and the أصحاب of Hussein الذين بذلوا مواجههم دون الحسين عليه السلام. الحمد لله حمد الشاكرين لك على مصابهم. الحمد لله على عظيم رزيتي. اللهم ارزقني شفاعة الحسين يوم الورود وثبت لي قدم صدق عندك مع الحسين وأصحاب الحسين الذين بذلوا مهجهم دون الحسين عليهم السلام. آجركم الله. The companions of Imam al-Hussein would rush towards their martyrdom one after the other. One of them being Hurr ibn Yazid al-Riyahi. He would enter the battlefield while chanting أنا الحر ومأوى الضيف أضرب في أعناقكم بالسيف. I am Hur and I will hit you on your neck with my sword. أجركم الله. He would fight them bravely until they cut the legs of his horse. When he started to fight them on foot, Zuhayr ibn al-Qayn would join him and they would start to fight back to back. Every time someone would attack al-Hur, Zuhayr ibn al-Qayn would defend him, and every time someone would attack Zuhayr, al-Hur would defend him. Ajarakum Allah, until they managed to separate them. They would circle al-Hur from all sides and they would stab him with their spears and strike him with their swords. He would fall on the ground shouting Assalamu alayka ya Aba Abdullah. Imam al-Hussein would rush towards him. He would sit by him and he would say بخن لك يا حر أنت حر كما سميت في الدنيا والآخرة. Congratulations to you, O Hur. You are free just like your mother named you in this world and the hereafter. أجركم الله. That and Zuhayr ibn al-Qayn would continue to fight them while chanting I am Zuhayr and I am
the son of Qain. I will fight you defending Hussein. Ajarakum Allah. Then he leaves the battle. He returns to Imam al-Hussein. He stands in front of him while saying, فدتك نفسي هاديا مهديا اليوم ألقى جدك النبي والحسن المجتبى والمرتضى عليا وذي الجناحين الشهيد الحي. May my soul be given to you, O son of Rasulullah. Tonight I will meet your grandfather, I will meet your brother Hassan, I will meet your father Ali ibn Abi Talib, I will meet your uncle Ja'far al-Tayyar. Then he would return to the battlefield, fighting them bravely until Imam al-Hussein would hear that scream, a scream that broke him every time one of his companions would shout, Assalamu alayk ya Aba Abdullah. Zuhayr ibn al-Qain would depart as a martyr. رحم الله المنادي وحسينا وسيدا ومظلوما. Imam al-Hussein would look to his right and to his left, no companions to support him. He would shout, Habib Zuhayr Nafi' Burair Abis John. He would call out his companions one by one. Mali ad'ukum fala tujibun am hala baynakum wa bayna sayyidikum al-manun. By the way, if we listen to these masa'ib and we just try to imagine the state of Imam al-Hussein, that means Imam al-Hussein stood on the plains of Karbala and called his companions name by name. He did not miss a single name. Then he would say, why is it that I call you but you do not answer? Or is it that death has separated you from your master? هذا الرمح بفادة ثنى وهايا ذبيه لن الشعب رنا وهذا الخيل صدر رضرضا والله وهذا وذاك بالهندي هم وأذار.
There's this one Noha, there's one kalam that I like listening to recited by Mir Hassan Mir, written by his cousin Mir Takallum, about Habib ibn Madahir, where Imam Hussein writes to him, Oh Habib, come, I need you in Karbala. So the Noha is regarding Imam Hussein calling Habib to Karbala for his help on Ashura. ये खत में शाह ने लिखा हबीब आ जाओ. ये खत में शाह ने लिखा हबीब आ जाओ. तुम्हारा दोस्त है तन्हा, तुम्हारा दोस्त है तन्हा, हबीब आ जाओ. ये खत में शाह ने लिखा हबीब आ जाओ. शहीद कैसे हुआ वो बताओगे आकर, तुम हाले मुस्लिम बेकस सुनाओगे आकर. रुक़ैया तकती है रास्ता,
حبیب آ جاؤ یہ خط میں شاہ نے لکھا حبیب آ جاؤ لگاؤ اس سے بھی اندازے میری غربت کے. Allahu Akbar. Imam Hussein in Islam is saying to Habib, from this understand my ghurba, how ghareeb I've become. For we are supposed to write the name of Ibn Ali, I've written Ibn Fatima in the letter. لگاؤ اس سے بھی اندازے میری غربت کے جہاں پہ ابن علی لکھنا تھا وہاں میں نے دیا ہے ماں کا حوالہ حبیب آ جاؤ یہ خط میں شاہ نے لکھا حبیب آ جاؤ گوارا کر نہیں سکتی حسین کی غیرت تمہاری زوجہ کی چادر کو لوٹ لے امت تم اس کو چھوڑ کے کوفہ حبیب آ جاؤ یہ خط میں شاہ نے لکھا حبیب آ جاؤ. اللہ اکبر. یہ خط نہیں اسے بہنوں کی آرزو سمجھو. Imam Hussein is saying to Habib that do not think of this as just only a letter from me to you. It is the wish of my sisters, it is the wish of Zainab asking you to come for our help. یہ خط نہیں اسے بہنوں کی آرزو سمجھو ہمارے لفظوں کو زینب کی گفتگو سمجھو بہن یہ کہتی ہے بھیا حبیب آ جاؤ یہ خط میں شاہ نے لکھا حبیب آ جاؤ. اللہم صلی علی محمد وآل محمد وعجل فرجهم. How much time do we have?
We have about another 7-8 minutes.
Inshallah. Bismillah. Inshallah. With your permission, feeling like reciting kalam about Hazrat Qasim alayhi salam, Qasim ibn Hassan alayhi salam. سرے مقتل جو ٹکڑے ہو کے بکھرا ہے وہ قاسم ہے. So it's saying the one who has been scattered in the battlefield, he is Qasim. سرے مقتل جو ٹکڑے ہو کے بکھرا ہے وہ قاسم ہے. وہ لاشوں میں ہر ایک جا جس کا لاشا ہے وہ قاسم ہے. سرے مقتل جو ٹکڑے ہو کے بکھرا ہے وہ قاسم ہے. قضا کے بعد ہی لاشیں ہوئی پامال مقتل میں قضا کے بعد ہی لاشیں ہوئی پامال مقتل میں مگر جو جیتے جی پامال ہوتا ہے وہ قاسم ہے. سرے مقتل جو ٹکڑے ہو کے بکھرا ہے وہ قاسم ہے. صدا جب شہ نے دی ہے شیر میرے ہو کہاں رن میں صدا جب شہن دیے شیر میرے، ہو کہاں رن میں ہر ایک ٹکڑے سے جو لبیک کہتا ہے وہ قاسم ہے، سرے مقتل جو ٹکڑے ہو کے بکھرا ہے وہ قاسم ہے۔ اللہ اکبر۔ نظر کر بو بلا میں آیا یہ منظر مدینے کا، نظر کر بو بلا میں آیا یہ منظر مدینے کا، وہ پہلو جس کا دادی جیسے ٹوٹا ہے وہ قاسم ہے، سرے مقتل جو ٹکڑے۔ I'm just going to translate this verse quickly for the benefit of the viewers and for the benefit of those who don't understand Urdu. So in the first line it says that in Karbala we saw a scene similar to that which occurred in Medina. Then the second line it says the one whose ribs are crushed just like his grandmother Zahra, that is Qasim, he is Qasim. Sare maqtal jo tukde ہو کے بکھرا ہے وہ قاسم ہے، کسی بھی نوجوان میت کا یہ عالم نہیں دیکھا، کسی بھی نوجوان میت کا یہ عالم نہیں دیکھا، جنازہ جس کا ایک گٹھڑی میں آیا ہے وہ قاسم ہے، سرے مقتل جو ٹکڑے ہو کے بکھرا ہے وہ قاسم ہے۔ And with your permission, the last couple of verses of this kalam, inshallah. کہیں لاشا شہیدی کا نہ ہو پامال مجھ جیسے، کہیں لاشا شہیدی کا نہ ہو پامال مجھ جیسے، جو گھوڑے کی سموں سے یوں لپٹتا ہے وہ قاسم ہے، سرے مقتل جو ٹکڑے ہو کے بکھرا ہے وہ قاسم ہے۔ آیا ہے عصر عاشورا سے ہم پر راز یہ میسم آیا ہے، عصر عاشورا سے ہم پر راز یہ میسم، قضا کا ذائقہ شیریں جو کرتا ہے وہ قاسم ہے، سرے مقتل جو ٹکڑے ہو کے بکھرا ہے وہ قاسم ہے۔ بر محمد و آل محمد صلوات۔
اللهم صل على محمد وعلى آل محمد. أحسنت Sayyid Mason. We thank you very, very much for your time. And I know that you've travelled quite a bit to get to here, so we're privileged and honoured to have you here on
It's an
the
honour
show.
for me to be here.
And inshallah we can see you in further shows, especially on Imam Hussein TV. And of course, we thank Al-Hajj Ibrahim Ansari for your presence as well, and the captivating stories regarding Zuhayr ibn al-Qayn. And on that note, dear brothers and sisters, we're praised to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And the lesson that I guess we can learn from today is that no matter where you are in life, no matter what stage that you think you're at, no matter how far away you think you are from religion, away from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, away from the Ahlul Bayt alayhimus salam. And we mentioned today and yesterday as well, earlier on that we are pretty much halfway through the holy 10 nights of Muharram, and if you haven't tethered your heart to Abu Abdullah al-Hussein alayhi salam, there is still time, because we pray to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to give us the husn al-aqibah, the end goal, to be within the vicinity of Imam al-Hussein alayhi salam. And on that note, we pray to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to grant the shafa'ah of both of the al-Bayt, and specifically Imam al-Hussein alayhi salam to Hajj Ibrahim, as well as Sayyid Maysam, for their valuable contributions to this show. But inshallah, we will see you in the next couple of episodes of Verses of Love, 11:30 p.m. UK time, coming to you live from London. But inshallah, we'll see you in the next episodes. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
In the tragic month of Muharram, one of the most significant acts is the provision of tabarruk and niyaz for Husseiniyyas worldwide.
In a world plagued by hunger and the merciless killing of Shia Muslims on a daily basis, it becomes our duty to give to those in need. Countless Husseiniyyat Imam Bargas and centers cook meals to nourish their local communities as the masses gather to remember Imam al-Hussein alayhi salam.
And do you know what? The orphans and widows absolutely cherish it.
During this time of year, hundreds of thousands of orphans, widows and people living in poverty rely on niyaz and tabarruk.
Just imagine the profound impact a single plate of food, a glass of water or a bag of fruit can have.
These simple items can nourish a hungry child, bring comfort
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, and welcome to Karbala. Welcome to the land of Hussein. Welcome to the land of sacrifice. Welcome to the land of Karban wa Bala. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, Ya Aba Abdullah al-Hussein. Brothers and sisters, once again this show is yours. Take the opportunity to place a call and speak to your master. Speak to Aba Abdullah in his land, and speak to his brother Abul Fadl. We are taking your calls directly for you to be able to send your salams and ask your hajat from the one that will fulfill them. He is the one that we want most. Brothers and sisters, Imam al-Hussein alayhi salam stood in the land of Karbala once and said, هل من ناصر ينصرنا هل من معين يعيننا, and there was no one there for him. He stood on his own and he carried Islam forward to us. It is our duty to pay back to Imam al-Hussein and say to him, "O Master, we were not present on the day of Ashura when you needed us to defend you. Defend Lady Zainab. Defend the orphans. Defend the widows. Abu Abdullah, we have come late, but we stick to you." The Yazid of that time tried to stop your commemorations, and the Yazids of today try. But the more they try, the stronger we become, the more we hold on to our faith, and the more love we give to you. I start the show as usual with performing a ziyarah on behalf of everyone. I will start with the ziyarah of Imam al-Hussein and then his brother Abul Fadl. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السلام عليك سيدي ومولاي يا أبا عبد الله الحسين. السلام عليك يا ابن رسول الله. السلام عليك يا ابن أمير المؤمنين وابن سيد الوصيين. السلام عليك يا ابن فاطمة سيدة نساء العالمين. السلام على الحسين وعلى علي بن الحسين وعلى أولاد الحسين وعلى أصحاب الحسين جميعا ورحمة الله وبركاته. السلام عليك يا أبا الفضل العباس. السلام عليك يا ابن أم البنين. السلام عليك يا قطيع الكفين. السلام عليك يا ساقي عطاشا كربلاء. السلام عليك أيها العبد الصالح المطيع لله ولرسوله ولعلي والحسن والحسين جميعا ورحمة الله وبركاته. Sayyidah Zainab Salamullahi alayha, we remember her tonight as it's the night of Aoun and Muhammad. Two sons she sacrificed. Two sons she sacrificed at a very young age. And the greatness is that when she heard about them being martyred, she didn't cry. Not because she didn't love them, not because she didn't care, but she knew that Imam Hussein was more important. Imam Hussein was an amana from her mother Fatima. And as we've said before, that Zainab Salamullahi alayha was called Ummi Akhiha. She was the mother of her brother. How beautiful. And she learnt this from the one that is called Ummi Abiha, the mother of her father, Fatima Zahra, Salamullahi alayha. Brothers and sisters, dear viewers, I would love to hear your voices. I would love to hear your cries and thoughts in Karbala. Pick up the phone and call us. 6 nights have passed from Muharram. Not many more are remaining. Let me be honored to hear your voices. And let me be honored to hear the voice of a fellow servant of Imam al-Hussein, Brother Sayyid Hassan. I would like to welcome him and for him to brighten our night by reciting some lovely poetry and verses in the name of Imam al-Hussein alayhi salam. على محمد وآل محمد.
بابا मैं हुसैन दा की हाल सुनावा बाबा میں حسین دا کی حال سناواں سن بابا دسویں نو ویر لاشا چکدا کنج بھردا سی ہوا کی حال سناواں بابا میں حسین دا کی حال سناواں بابا میں حسین دا کی حال سناواں خاک تے بے کے وین پاندا سی ویر میرا کہندا جاندا سی مینوں بھول دیا نہیں زینب تیر کھاور ویلے اصغر دیا دعویٰ کی حال سناواں بابا میں حسین دا کی حال سناواں بابا میں حسین دا کی حال سناواں بڑا اوکھا او بابا ویلا سی زینتوں لتھے آسی جدوں غازی بہنا دے کولا کے رویا شبیر برا چم چم کے رداواں کی حال سناواں بابا میں حسین دا کی حال سناواں کھولیا خیمے آ کے گٹھری نو کہ شبیر رو کے فروانو کوئی رہ گیا جے فروا ریت اندر ٹکرا میں لب کے لے آواں کی حال سناواں بابا میں حسین دا کی حال سناواں
اللهم صل على محمد وآل Muhammad. Brother Hassan, Sayyid Hassan, may Allah reward you and give you the best of rewards. As it's come to my heart, it's touched my heart, although it's in another language, but there is one language that all lovers of Hussein know. There is one language that unites us all. There is one language, and that's the language of the lovers of Hussein. That cannot be taught. That language is in our hearts. That language is being brought up with us from our young ages up until we no longer see the light from sun. I ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to keep us in His path, in the path of His service, the path that we are honored to be in, the path that we can show off to others, that this path is the path of Muhammad, the path of Aun, the path of Ali al-Akbar, the path of the Ansar of Imam al-Hussein. On such a night, we remember when Zainab salamullahi alayha speaks to her sons. She says to him, my son Aun, Muhammad, tomorrow is the day of battle. Your uncle Hussein's life will be in danger. My darlings, if anything happens to Uncle Hussein while you are still alive, I will not be able to face your grandmother, Bibi Fatima, on the day of judgment. Please, 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 my dearest sons, don't let me down. Be the first ones to sacrifice your lives. I speak to the one that is buried in Sham. I say to her, how are you capable of urging your sons and pushing them forward to their deaths? Narrations say that Zainab salamullahi alayha, she would give them the swords and the armor and the helmet and urge them to the battlefield. Go, my sons, make me proud, do not let me down. Do not let me down, and do not yourself die after Hussein. Her priority was Hussein, and our priority is Aba Abdullah al-Hussein as well. I believe we have a caller. Assalamu alaikum. Assalamu alaikum. Unfortunately, the call has been disconnected. Brothers and sisters from all around the world, current time in Karbala is 2:45. We are ready, we are pleased and honored to receive your calls and answer the call of Imam al-Hussein. Say to him, my master, I have a haja, and my haja is with you. Or say to him, Aba Abdullah, I lost my mother like you lost yours. Or say to him, Aba Abdullah, I lost my father like you lost Amir al-Mu'mineen. Or say to him, Aba Abdullah, I've lost a brother like Abu al-Fadl, a sister like Zainab, or a son like Ali al-Akbar. How many loved ones we were around in the past year? And unfortunately, we only can visit them in graveyards. Call on behalf of them. Call on behalf of the ones that are no longer around us. The ones that once cried for Imam al-Hussein. The ones that loved and urged to be present in Imam Barqas and Husayniyat. Our grandparents, our parents that took us to Ma'atim and taught us the name of Hussein. And every time we had a sip of water, out of innocence, they said to us, say Ya Hussein. Ya Hussein, how beautiful the name is. How many times we say Ya Hussein? My dear brother Sayyid Hassan recited something, if I understood, he said, Baba, I want to close my eyes and go to the day of Ashura. When the 3-year-old Ruqayya stood at the door of the tent and she shouted, Baba, Baba, Baba. Just like we do tasbih and istighfar. She said, Baba, Baba, Abata, Ya Hussein. But nothing came back. Only the echo of her voice. Baba, I am hungry. Baba, I am thirsty. Father, Ali al-Akbar went to the battlefield but never came back. Father, I overheard Ghazi Abbas speaking to Sakina. He promised to bring water, nor did he come back nor the water. Baba, inni la uridu al-ma. I do not want the water. I want my uncle Abu al-Fadl. Do you know why? Because when he was present, we felt safe. We had a protection. We had a guardian. And when Abbas fell, we lost that all. I say, Bibi Ruqayya, the same feeling you had, your father had. It's because when Imam Hussein reaches towards the body of Abu al-Fadl, he gets down on his knees and when he gets to the body of Abu al-Fadl, he says, Abu al-Fadl, الآن انحنى ظهري. Now I have broken my back after your loss, oh my dear brother. And the narrations say, when Imam al-Hussein wanted to get up, he tried for the first time, he couldn't. He tried for the second time, he couldn't. He tried for the third time, he said, Akhi Abu al-Fadl. This is when Abu al-Fadl had peace of mind. This is when Abu al-Fadl was honored. And he said, finally, the son of Fatima al-Zahra calls the son of Fatima al-Baneen Akhi. I have truly made my mother honored. I believe we have a caller. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullah.
Alaikum assalam wa rahmatullah. Brother, may I ask your name and where you're calling from?
My name is Ahmed and I'm calling from London.
MashaAllah. I didn't get your name, dear brother.
My name is Ahmed from London.
MashaAllah, brother Ahmed. Brother Ahmed, it is the 6th night of Muharram. the night of Aun and Muhammad. And it is also the night of Imam Hussein. As we say, كل يوم عاشوراء وكل أرض كربلاء. Every night it is the 10th of Muharram, and every night is Karbala. Before I would like to speak to you, I would like to honor you to perform a ziyarah towards your master and my master, Imam Hussein.
Assalamu alayka ya Aba Abdullah. Assalamu alayka ya ibn Rasulullah. Assalamu alayka ya ibn Amir al-Mu'mineen. Peace be upon you, O my master, Imam Hussein. O Mawla Hussein, please grant me and my family your ziyarah in the near future, and grant every lover of Imam Hussein alayhi salam your ziyarah. Peace be upon you, Abu al-Fadl al-Abbas, O loyal brother of Imam Hussein alayhi salam. Ya Abu al-Fadl al-Abbas, they say all hajat are granted under your dome, but today we can't be under your dome. Ya Abu al-Fadl al-Abbas, allow us to come visit you so we could sit under your dome and gaze on your shrine. Thank you very much, Brother Abu Talib, for allowing us to perform our ziyarah.
Brother Ahmed, it's an honor. Brother Ahmed, before you go anywhere, have you lost a loved one, Brother Ahmed? Ahmed, you're still with me? Ahmed, if you are still watching the show, I am sure you've lost a loved one. May say, uncle, I want to ask you, how did your mother feel? She lost her brother, but we've heard of Zainab salamullahi alayha. She didn't just lose her brother, she lost all her brothers. And what of brothers were they? They would shade her from the sun. We have narrations that Zainab salamullahi alayha, in the presence of Abu al-Fadl and Hussein, her shadow was not seen. I tell you, do you know what happened in the markets of Sham? When the 60-year-old entered after walking it from Karbala to Sham, responsible for all the orphans of Hussein, when trash was thrown from the balconies and hot water was thrown upon them, La ilaha illallah, Hasbina Allah wa ni'mal wakeel, wa la hawla wa la quwwata illa billahi al-ali al-azim. Brothers and sisters, I invite again one Sayyid Hassan to recite. And we know that in every Ma'tam, Bibi Fatima is present. Bibi Fatima is present and she cries and weeps for her son Hussein. Sayyid Hassan, you've touched my heart. I want to touch the heart of Bibi Fatima. As the eternal flame in our heart is shed, but there is a bigger flame in her heart. And the flames that she witnessed on that door, whenever you are ready, whenever you are ready.
कौन खातून ये خیموں سے صدا دیتی ہے کون خاتون یہ خیموں سے صدا دیتی ہے کانپ اٹھتی ہے زمین عرش ہلا دیتی ہے کون خاتون یہ کبھی تقدیر عطا کرتی ہے غازی کو علم کبھی تقدیر عطا کرتی ہے غازی کو علم کبھی زینب کو علمدار بنا دیتی ہے کون خاتون یہ خیموں سے صدا دیتی ہے کون خاتون یہ اے خدا تیری خدائی کا بھرم رہ جائے اے خدا تیری خدائی کا بھرم رہ جائے لے تیرے نام پہ زینب یہ ردا دیتی ہے کون خاتون یہ خیموں سے صدا دیتی ہے کون خاتون یہ کتنے پیارے ہیں تیرے اون و محمد زینب کتنے پیارے ہیں تیرے اون و محمد زینب ان کو تو موت بھی جینے کی دعا دیتی ہے کون خاتون یہ خیموں سے صدا دیتی ہے کون خاتون یہ کربلا کی یہی تعریف سنی ہے کوثر کربلا کی یہی تعریف سنی ہے کوثر خاک ہے اور مریضوں کو شفا دیتی ہے کون خاتون یہ خیموں سے صدا دیتی ہے کانپ اٹھتی ہے زمین عرش ہلا دیتی ہے کون خاتون
اللهم صل على محمد wa ali Muhammad. Sayyid Hassan, Jazakallah khair. I ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to keep you always in the service of Imam Hussein. Do not take this gift away from us, from serving Imam Hussein. Brothers and sisters, I believe we have a caller. I would like to say Assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum assalam wa rahmatullah. Can I start off with taking your name?
I'm Fatima, calling from Birmingham, UK.
MashaAllah. Sister Fatima, MashaAllah, what a beautiful name. Sister Fatima, it is the 6th night of Muharram. And I am sure that you've attended majalis and ma'atim of Imam al-Hussein.
Yes.
But is your heart not in Karbala?
It is. I wish we were all there right now.
MashaAllah, MashaAllah. Sister, I would ask the directors to give us footage of the shrine of Aba Abdullah al-Hussein where you could perform your live ziyarah. If you would like me to assist you, then I'll be honored. But if you can do it yourself, then please.
Yes.
Bismillah, whenever you're ready.
If you may assist.
Inshallah. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alayka ya Aba Abdullah al-Hussein. Assalamu alayka ya ibn Fatimah, Sayyid Nisa al-Alameen. Assalamu alayka ya ibn Amir al-Mu'mineen. Assalamu alayka أيها العبد الصالح. السلام على الحسين وعلى علي بن الحسين وعلى أولاد الحسين وعلى أصحاب الحسين جميعا ورحمة الله وبركاته. اللهم صل على محمد وعلى محمد. Sister Fatima, you performed your life ziyarah.
Yeah.
I want you to imagine yourself that you are with the orphans of Imam al-Hussein, with the sabaya, the captives that were taken to Sham. Who would you look after the most from the orphans that we know from Imam al-Hussein's camp?
Bibi Sakina.
Allah. Bibi Sakina. And why is it Bibi Sakina?
She was the youngest.
The youngest of the orphans and the captives that were taken to Sham.
Yeah.
How much does Bibi Sakina inspire you in everyday life?
So much. All that pain that she went through, you know, with the snatching of the earrings and the hijab, and it makes us realize that how much hijab means to us and all that she went through.
MashaAllah. Sister Fatima, your words should be written in gold. As I thank you so much, and I ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to reward you for taking the time and calling and performing a ziyarah towards Imam al-Hussein. Jazakallah, sister, and may God bless your mother and father. And you should thank them for such a upbringing towards the love of Imam al-Hussein.
Yes, indeed. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thank you, sister. Sisters and brothers, we have come down to the final minute of Welcome to Karbala. Before I finish off, I would like to say, it is true for not Sakina and Ruqayya and Zainab salamullahi alayha, then today we would not have hijab. If it wasn't for Zainab salamullahi alayha, then our mothers and sisters will not be the hijabis that we know today. And it is our honor and our pride and dignity that we have mothers, sisters and aunts that wear the same hijab as Zainab salamullahi alayha. Brothers and sisters, this was a live episode of Welcome to Karbala. Tomorrow a live episode will also be available. Be honored, be qualified to be called a pilgrim of Imam al-Hussein. a Zair of Imam al-Hussein, as there are thousands and millions all around the world that will love and appreciate just to hear the response from Imam al-Hussein. As we know that every time you say Assalamu alayka ya Aba Abdullah al-Hussein, Imam al-Hussein himself, this great legend, responds to you. So take the opportunity and send your salam. Send your salam to your master and say to him, Aba Abdullah, I have multiple hajat, but make one of your hajat to be for him to invite you to his shrine and for you to pray in his courtyard and pray under his shining dome. Brothers and sisters, I would like to thank Sayyid Hassan for his amazing performance. May God bless him and reward him. I thank all the callers, the ones that were connected and the ones that were disconnected. I thank the technical team that's been behind providing this for you. Labbaika ya Hussein will always be our final call. Ma'as-salam.
Journey from here starts between the moon and the stars. 'Tis that I cry on my cheeks, crying for your dome it seeks. My master, come see these tears, come and save me from my fears. Karbala, Karbala, Allahumma rzuqna Karbala. I hear Zainab crying out, oh Zuhayr, I am alone. No Abbas and no Hussein, visitors, you ease my pain. March on towards Karbala, I'll also visit from Sham. Karbala, Karbala, Allahumma rzuqna Karbala, Karbala, Allahumma rzuqna Karbala. As I walk, this mother cries, in Karbala my son lies. Oh lovers, I am Zahra, I'll also come from afar. My tears will flow from Baqi to Furat, oh can't you see? Karbala, Karbala, Allahumma rzuqna Karbala, Karbala, Allahumma rzuqna Karbala. From Baqi another wails, severed his arms on that day. I raised my son for Ashura, he was the prayer of Zahra. My name is Baneen, my love no limit has seen. Karbala, Karbala, Allahumma rzuqna Karbala, Karbala, Allahumma rzuqna Karbala. Tears
asghar he seeks. My Imam, for you we weep. Our yearning for you runs deep. Karbala, Karbala, Allahumma arzuqna Karbala, Karbala, Allahumma arzuqna Karbala. Love and tears are my fuel, marching with them towards you, but a drop in the million sea. Oh Hussein, acknowledge me. I've walked on Karbala's floor to throw myself at your door. I long for Bainul Haramain. My heart is with Abbas and Hussein. Karbala, Karbala, Allahumma arzuqna Karbala, Karbala, Allahumma arzuqna Karbala.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. We come here to remember after 40 days, to remember our leader lying on that desert plain. We remember the cries of the children, their screams for water. Wait till they find out their only hope has been slaughtered. Horses and animals drink whilst they cry. Al-Atash Shashima drop to the water. My heart began to crush. We remember his arms, how they did fly, the arrow in his eye. We remember how he neglected those pains and only focused on the cries. We remember as Zainab arrived in Karbala, everyone escorted her along, but when she left, all she saw were spears with heads attached on. We remember her whole body sore, can't sleep, no father anymore, not even his corpse. All she sees is his severed head on a plate as she lies on the cold prison floor. We remember that child, how he flapped his hands like a bird flaps his wings. He couldn't do anything at all, other than break our heartstrings. We remember our tears there and everywhere, how they'd go in throats and eyes, but one stood out. One came in a whole different size, an arrow that held not one, but 3 arrowheads meant to slaughter a camel, and not an infant's head. We remember how many went to go fight, but never returned. Hussein's eyes being blinded when he cried for his son. No armor to shield him, no armor to aid him. Imagine the pain he went through as a spear ran through his chest, the same one Hussein had to pull out from his chest. Although the chest of Ali Akbar had been ripped apart, indeed so much pain, the heart that bled on that day was that of Hussein.
I pray from afar to reach Karbala. My Hussein, how I wish to walk into your holy shrine, to stand by your gate, to give my labbaik. The pain of separation, it only gets worse with time. Tell me, my master, this year will I breathe the air of your land that has made me be My all is worthless, your call is priceless, my goal. Karbala, my only wish, will flock to your land. I'll walk on your sand, take me by my hand, I'll never quit. In words I cannot express, on your land how I obsess. Life without you is useless, your sight makes me feel so blessed. I'd trade all that I possess, only your love is success. To reach Karbala, oh son of Zahra, I dream of being by your side to kiss your holy grave. Although we're apart, you live in my heart. The greatest honor in my life is to be called your slave. With all my heart I pray your land I'll see, the sight of your land that has made me be Hussein, made me be Hussein. Ya Hussein, Ya Hussein, Ya Hussein, Ya Hussein. My tears, they're endless, my years, they're worthless. You hear me calling Wa Husseina. The pain I'll ignore, Hussein, for your cause my gain is mourning in Karbala. And when I'm walking alone, it's clear I'm not on my own. All of my days I have known, by your shrine I feel at home. Year on year my love has grown, O King on Karbala's throne. To answer your call, I'll give you my soul. My master, I'm only the dust that lies beneath your feet. I pray I'll be proud when I'm in my shroud, when I'm in my grave with Zahra, your servants you will greet. My master, your love is what sets me free. The sacrifice you gave has made me be Hussein, made me be Hussein. I pray from afar to reach Karbala. My Hussein, how I wish to walk into your holy shrine, to stand by your gate, to give my labbaik. The pain of separation, it only gets worse with time. Tell me, my master, this year will I breathe the air of your land that has made me be Hussein, made me be Hussein.
Where are the hands that once comforted us? Where promised us water and then disappeared. Where is the gate of this Karbala who would once hold space? Where is the king of Hussein's daughters to wipe all our tears? Where are the hands that once comforted us? Where is our uncle? Where are the hands that once comforted us? Where is our uncle? Where are the hands that once comforted us? Where is our uncle? Where is our guardian, our Abbas? Where is our guardian, our Abbas? As we away, oh, where are the hands that once comforted us? Where is our uncle? Where are the hands that once comforted us? Where is our uncle? Where is the eye that watched us firmly whenever we went? Where is the patient son of Ali as we all lament? Where is our courage and bravery as they burn our tent? Where are the hands that once comforted us? Where is our uncle? Where is the flag that would once flutter high above our heads? Where is the sword that would once shatter the tyrants ahead? Where is the only love that matters as to change we led? Where are the hands that once comforted us? Where is our uncle? Where are the hands that once comforted us? Where is our uncle? Where are the hands that once comforted us? Where is our uncle? Where is our guardian, our Abbas? Where is our guardian, our Abbas? As we away, oh, where are the hands that once comforted us? Where is our uncle? Where are the hands that once comforted us? Where is our uncle? Where is the night who would guard on high as the day now comes? When the sun brings again its daylight, what shall then become? As we're left here, horror and fright, no hope and no one. Where are the hands that once comforted us? Where is our uncle? Where are the hands that once comforted us? Where is our uncle? Where is our guardian, our Abbas? Where is our guardian, our Abbas? As we away, oh, where are the hands that once comforted us? Where is our uncle? Where are the hands that once comforted us? Where is our uncle? घर से जाने भी गई, घर भी लुटा ज़ैनब का. सर से जाने भी गई, घर भी लुटा ज़ैनब का. बच गया दीन मगर, बच गया दीन मगर, कुछ ना बचा ज़ैनब का. सर से जाने भी गई, घर भी लुटा ज़ैनब का. लड़खड़ाते हुए दीने भी संभलने के लिए, लड़खड़ाते हुए दीने भी संभलने के लिए. छिना बचा ज़ैनब का सर से चादर भी गई घर भी लुटा ज़ैनब का Walking to Karbala, from Najaf to Karbala.
Walking to Karbala, from Najaf to Karbala. Walking to Karbala, from Najaf to Karbala. I'll give my life and soul just to get to Karbala.
Let's go, brother, to the land of Aba Abdullah. Go and pack your bags, let's reach the land of Karbala. We cannot be late, we must go and catch our flight. Soon we'll be under the dome of Karbala's great night. This is Arba'in, let's go do the Arba'in. This is Arba'in, let's go do the Arba'in of our Imam Hussein. Let's perform the Arba'in.
Walking to Karbala, from Najaf to Karbala. Walking to Karbala, from Najaf to Karbala. I'll give my life and soul just to get to Karbala.
Come and let us visit our first beloved Imam. Do ask him for our safety through the path of Islam. The start of our journey we walk past Wadi Salam. This is the biggest graveyard in the whole of mankind. Walk, walk, brother, walk. Don't get tired, you can walk. Walk, walk, brother, walk. Don't get tired, you can walk. The angels do record and God will give us reward.
Walking to Karbala, from Najaf to Karbala. Walking to Karbala, from Najaf to Karbala. I'll give my life and soul just to get to Karbala.
Look at all of these servants of Imam Al-Hussein, giving water to the walkers of he who was slain. In the whole world this is the most generous event. People, let us stay with them so that we can lament. Thank you, oh Allah, for this blessing, oh Allah. Thank you, oh Allah, for this blessing, oh Allah. For my heart to be near, so close to our Amir.
Walking to Karbala, from Najaf to Karbala. Walking to Karbala, from Najaf to Karbala. I'll give my life and soul just to get to Karbala.
Did you know every step we take gives us big blessings? 1,000 deeds we get and 1,000 removed sins. We have now reached the blessed land of our third leader. We ended in the land of heaven of our teacher. Labbaik Hussein, I am here for you Hussein. Labbaik Hussein, I am here for you Hussein. Every year inshallah I'll come walking to Hussein.
Walking to Karbala, from Najaf to Karbala. Walking to Karbala, from Najaf to Karbala. I'll give my life and soul just to get to Karbala.
Master Hussein, Hussein, Hussein. Master Hussein, Hussein, Hussein. Master Hussein, Hussein, Hussein. This world is so dark, serving you is light. Until my last breath, for you I will strive. Hussein is my pulse, he keeps me alive. The breath in my lungs, he helps me to thrive. Like yours, there's no day. For you I will cry, calling out Hussein till the day that I die. Abul Fadl gave his rights and his land. Now you see him marching towards his death. Hear how he calls you with his last breath. Hope is leaving like the water.
إن الله وملائكته يصلون على النبي يا أيها الذين آمنوا صلوا عليه وسلموا تسليما سبحان الله والحمد لله ولا إله إلا الله والله أكبر ولله الحمد الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر من أن يوصف جل جلالك أنت غفار ترحم الراحمين أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن محمدًا رسول الله صلى الله عليه وآله وسلم أشهد أن محمدًا رسول الله صلى الله عليه وآله وسلم أشهد أن عليًا ولي الله زاد الله بشرفك يا أمير المؤمنين أشهد أن أمير المؤمنين عليًا وأولاده المعصومين بالحق حجج الله صلوات الله عليهم أجمعين حي على الصلاة حي على الصلاة حي على الفلاح حي على الفلاح حي على خير العمل حي على خير العمل الله أكبر الله أكبر لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله
Look how I'm so lost, can't see in the dark. You brighten my life, you light me apart. When it is dark, you shine like a star, bringing me near. Though I am so far, you heal all my pain, each and every scar. When I'm drowning, you become my all. And they took your turban clothes and see how the smoke stays and lingers? Can you feel how the slap hurts and stings her? Zainab's alone, all has been lost, can she go home? Zainab's alone, you lay broken without a dove. Zainab's alone, you lay broken without a dove. Hussein, 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 Master Hussein, 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 Master Hussein, 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 Master Hussein, Hussein,
Tell me, tell me, tell me. Tell me, tell me, tell me. Tell me, tell me, tell me. Tell me, Hussein, of our sons' pain. Bring back to us what they have taken away. Tell me, tell me, tell me. Our son was saved. Now our tears rain. Now we have nothing but sorrow in our day. And now I cry, our son has died. I am Layla, oh my husband. Where is my rose, my flower? Where is the light of my two eyes? Where is my Ali al-Akbar? Tell me that to me he'll return by the rib of your mother. Tell me I'll hold his hand again like I have yours, oh master. Tell me, tell me, tell me. Oh, my tears flow, where did he go? I have nothing to embrace except the night. All my sorrow, like my shadow, makes me feel like I am living without night. How much I've cried, a son has died. Tell me, Hussein, Hussein, bring back to us what they have taken away. Tell me, tell me, tell me. Our son was slain. Now our tears rain. Now we have nothing but sorrow in our day. And now I cry, our son has died. I stand here looking at the stars, left all alone in the tent. And maybe these stars will tell me where my son went. Has he gone to death or shadow, toward the swords he was sent? I wish I had not said farewell. To do this I hadn't meant. Tell me, tell me, tell me. I embraced him, let go of him, but now with him gone, I wish I never did. My life was him, my
heart knew him. Now all it knows is all the tears I shed. On grief I lie, our son has died. Tell me, Hussein, of our sons, please bring back to us what they have taken away. Tell me, our son was saved, now our tears rain. Now we have nothing but sorrow in our hearts. And now I cry, our son has died. For our son the swords were thirsty for the blood of this pure youth. By God, this blood flows throughout me. All it knows is good and faith. Tell me, oh Hussein, my husband, did he love me till his death? Did he cry for leaving my side? Tears flowing till his last breath. Tell me, my heart's poisoned, my grief weakened. Now I wish that my heart I could throw away. To me hasten, bring me my son. Let me say my farewell to my son's body. And tell me why our son has died. Tell me, Hussein, of our sons, bring back to us what they have taken away. Our son was saved, now our tears rain. Now we have nothing but sorrow in our days. And now I cry, our son has died. I walk through these scattered bodies, crushed and torn by my feet. How many mothers weep on them, wishing with death they would meet. As I search for my son's body in this unbearable heat, the sons they cradle in their arms, their empty bodies they breathe. Tell me, they are crying, their sons holding. How I wish that my dead son I will not hold. My heart's breaking, my soul aching. When a son dies, the mother should not be told. In my two eyes, our son has died. Tell me, Hussein, of our son's pain, bring back to us what they have taken away. Tell me, our son was saved, now our tears rain. Now we have nothing but sorrow in our days. And now I cry, our son has died. As I stand lonely in the tent, you bring me my son's body. My heart shatters upon this sight. Our dead son your arms carry. We sit beside his torn body, and your tears you shed with me. We watched him blossom, watched him grow. Now our son we will bury. Tell me, under the ground, fate's turned around. He died before his mother had passed away. He makes no sound to the earth bound. He sleeps under the dust, far away from me. Under the skies, our son has died. Tell me, Hussein, of our son's pain. Bring back to us what they have taken away. Tell me, our son was saved. Tell me, is rain. Now we have nothing but sorrow in our day. Tell me, and now I cry. Our son has died.
I yearn to go visit the land of the kings, dreaming to soar around if I had wings. I'm shamed by my absence, so I'll cling to your memories, your memories. I yearn to go visit the land of the kings, dreaming to soar around if I had wings. I'm shamed by my absence, so I'll cling to your memories, your memories. Karbala, I will fill your river with my river of tears. Karbala, when I stand on your ground, I cry away my fears. Karbala, I pray that my service will always be sincere. Karbala, I will fill your river with my river of tears. Karbala, when I stand on your ground, I cry away my fears. Karbala, I pray that my service will always be sincere. I've longed to be near your shrine in this world, to be by your side where angels converge, searching the path beside you where I'll serve you in both worlds, you in both worlds. I've longed to be near your shrine in this world, to be by your side where angels converge, searching the path beside you where I'll serve you in both worlds, you in both worlds. I'm astray, call me to you, Master, as my heart bleeds in pain. I'm astray, cover my bristle with your precious holy shade. I'm astray, call me to you before my life withers away. I'm astray, Call me to you, Master, as my heart bleeds in pain. I'm astray. Cover my bristle with your precious holy shade. I'm astray. Call me to you before my life withers away. I cry for the invite of the hopeful. I'm knocking on the door of the humble. The cure to my knees, please don't forget me when you summon, when you summon. I cry for the invite of the hopeful. I'm knocking on the door of the humble. The cure to my knees, please don't forget me when you summon, when you summon. Ya Abbas, I wish you could have answered his call on that day. Ya Abbas, my heart breaks thinking of you, awaiting your fate. Ya Abbas, Ya Abbas, Ya Abbas, Ya Abbas. I wish you could have answered his call on that day. My heart breaks thinking of you, awaiting your fate. I swear by Zahra we shall not forget your pain. Ya Abbas, I wish you could have answered his call on that day. My heart breaks thinking of you, awaiting your fate. I swear by Zahra we shall not forget your pain, your pain, your pain.
Before we begin, if I could just ask the brothers especially, there is some space in between. If you could move a little further up to make space for those coming and joining us. Sallu ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad wa ajal faraj. Those of you here in the front, especially if you could accommodate, inshallah. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين وصل اللهم على سيدنا ونبينا محمد اللهم صل على محمد وعجل فرجه وعلى أهل بيته الطيبين الطاهرين المعصومين المكرمين المظلومين الغرر الميامين سيما بقية الله في الأرضين سيدنا وإمام زماننا وولي نعمتنا مهدي هذه الأمة وطاووس أهل الجنة الحجة ابن الحسن العسكري فداه أرواح العالمين اللهم كن لوليك الحجة ابن الحسن صلواتك عليه وعلى آبائه في هذه الساعة وفي كل ساعة وليا وحافظا وقائدا وناصرا ودليلا وعينا حتى تسكنه أرضك طوعا وتمتعه فيها طويلا برحمتك يا أرحم الراحمين. For the hastening of the reappearance of the Master, the Savior, the Avenger, the Imam of the time, recite aloud salawat ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. Allahumma salli. My dear brothers and sisters, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. The year was 61 after Hijrah. Kufa was a bustling city with all kinds of people. It used to be the capital of the Islamic Empire. And in that city lived two brothers. One whose name was Amr, the other was Ali. Their father's name was Karbala. Their father was a nobleman. He was in fact one of the great companions of Amir al-Mu'mineen. He participated in all three of the Imam's wars and proved his loyalty to the Imam beyond question. And so these two brothers grew up in the same household, from the same set of parents. And as I said, their father was a noble man. And yet, on the day of Ashura, these two brothers found each other at two opposite ends of the battlefield. One, Amr, was with Imam Hussein. Ali ibn Qarada was in the army of Umar ibn Sa'd. So stark, in fact, was the contrast between these two brothers that when you read about what they said and what they did, it is truly shocking. Amr ibn Qarada was a person who stuck to the side of Abu Abdullah al-Hussein in such a manner that he's been described as hovering around him like a butterfly. يتقي السيوف والرماح ويقي أبا عبد الله بوجهه ونحره. He would prevent any harm from reaching Imam al-Hussein to such an extent that they have written in the passion narratives, the maqatil, that as long as Amr ibn Qarad al-Ansari was alive, not a single injury inflicted Abu Abdullah al-Hussein. He was in fact the same person who advanced towards the enemy during the battle and recited incredible epics, just like many of the other companions of the Imam. قد علمت كتيبة الأنصار إني أحامي حوزة الذمار دون حسين مهجتي وداري. He said, everyone knows who I am. And they know that I will defend the sanctities, meaning Abu Abdullah al-Hussein, the Imam of his time. دون حسين مهجتي. Hussein is my heart. Hussein is the blood of my heart. And Hussein is my home. Hussein is home. When he fought, he ended up getting injured, fell to the ground. This statement has been attributed to two of Imam Hussein's companions. One of them is Sa'id ibn Abdullah al-Hanafi, who guarded the Imam during prayer. The other is Amr ibn Qarad al-Ansari. When he fell to the ground, Imam al-Hussein rushed to him. He looked up, he saw the Imam. He said, Awafaytu ya Aba Abdullah. Was I loyal to you? The Imam said to him, Na'am. You have not only been loyal, but you will soon be meeting my grandfather Rasulullah. وَقُلْ لَهُ أَبْلِغْهُ عَنِّي السَّلَامِ. Convey my salams to my grandfather. وَقُلْ لَهُ أَنِّي فِي الْأَثَرِ. Tell him I'm going to join you very soon. This is Amr ibn Qarad al-Ansari. On the other hand, you have Ali ibn Qarad al-Ansari, who when he saw his brother fall to the ground, he came forward and he said things that were so vulgar. He spewed profanities against Abu Abdullah al-Hussein that I can't mention on the pulpit. But among the things he said to the Imam was he said to him, أَضْلَلْتَ أَخِي ثُمَّ قَتَلْتَهُ. You misguided my brother and then you had him killed. The Imam looked at him. He didn't respond to all his vulgarities. He said to him, إِنَّ اللَّهَ مَا أَضَلَّ أَخَاكَ بَلْ هَدَاهُ وَأَضَلَّكَ. Allah guided your brother. You're the one who's been misguided by God. So he became so enraged, Ali ibn Qarada. He said, وَاللَّهِ لَأَقْتُلَنَّكَ أَوْ أَمُوتَ. I will either kill you or die trying. So he attacked Imam al-Hussein, but he was intercepted by Nafi' ibn Hilal, salamullahi alayhi, this great companion, who engaged with him until Ali ibn Qarada fell to the ground, injured. His friends and comrades came, picked him up and took him. This is one example of this incredible, blinding contrast that you find in Karbala. And they were brothers. The other example, and I deliberately mention names that are less familiar to you. The other example is Al-Dhahhak al-Mashriqi, who told Imam al-Hussein from the very beginning when he joined him, he said to him that I will be with you and I will defend you so long as I know that I can protect you from dying. But if I realize that it's a lost cause and that you're going to get killed regardless, then I would like to ask you to absolve me of my obligation to you. I don't want to go on a suicide mission. So the Imam said to him, sure. When he found himself on the day of Ashura in a state where it was obviously a losing battle, the first ambush against the camp of Imam al-Hussein, historians have described it like this: فَمَنْ جَلَتِ الْغَبْرَةِ. The dust didn't settle until they saw 50 of Hussein's companions slain on the ground. 50 out of what? 70, 80 is a huge number. فَبَانَ الْإِنْكِسَارُ فِي مُعَسْكَرِ الْحُسَيْنِ. The camp of Imam al-Hussein was already broken and the battle hadn't even begun. Al-Dhahhak al-Mashriqi came to Imam al-Hussein. He said to him, Ya ibn Rasulullah, remember our deal? I said that if I can't help you, I'll leave you, I'll desert you. The Imam said, sure, you're free to go. Imam Hussein didn't force anybody. But how will you go when there's no horse? Because in that first ambush, every single one of the horses was killed. So he said to him, how will you escape? They'll run after you if you don't have a horse. He said, no, I have a horse lined up ready. He always had an exit strategy. He was never really truly committed to the cause. And so, of course, he will be abandoned by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. This divine backing is going to be taken away from him. He was never really invested. Which is why you need to have that strong resolve. When it comes to abiding by the teachings of this religion, you have to make it clear to yourself that I'm in this come what may.